capture Dune. You were saying?
It's in the cupboard. No, the one by your knees.
We happy? Vincent! We happy?
Yeah, we happy.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. It's Monday, it's a new week, it is December 16th, 2024. I'm excited to be here. I hope you are too. We've got a few different things to discuss today. There was a new article that some of you may have seen about the practice of commercial fossil auctions. Some of the paleontologists I look up to most are quoted in that article, so we're going to be going over that. And then a new survey that's just come out details, well, some numbers around America's fascination with dinosaurs. So, what are people's favorite dinosaurs? How interested are Americans in dinosaurs? We'll be talking about that too. And of course, whatever other fossil news or paleontology questions you might want to discuss, we'll be going over those too. So, welcome to Paleontologizing, everybody. And if it's anybody's very first time today, welcome to the stream. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. So talking about fossils, talking about why they're important, talking about the history of life on our incredible planet Earth, and why it's so vital to understand that history, and how it's relevant to your own life too. That's what we do here. When I'm here in my office, we go over fossil news. We do some 3D printing, and I'm pretty excited to explain what I'm printing right now. Get to that in a little bit. Do a whole bunch of viewer Q&A, interviews with other paleontologists, all that good stuff. And then during the summers, when I'm out in the field, we're digging up dinosaurs and collecting data live on stream from Wyoming and Utah and maybe some other states too this next year in 2025. I'm very excited about that. But the whole point is science outreach. The whole point is to be able to talk to people about fossil science and why it's important. To answer your questions, to hopefully dispel any misperceptions that people might have, and just provide a cool, fun, safe place to hang out and talk about natural history, with a particular focus on dinosaurs, since that's, well, dinosaurs are my specialty. Dinosaurs are what I actually study, what I dig up during the summers, and what I publish on in the scientific literature. Sweetie Pie, how are you doing? Hello, hello. She heard me talking, and she's like, oh, it's time for stream, isn't it? Yes, it is. And, Tone Rebellion. Thank you for the 4 months.
Soon occupied every corner of that world.
Danny, I have a confession.
Okay.
I ran a tabletop game of Deadlands and I had my players fight an undead reanimated juvenile tyrannosaurid fossil.
Interesting.
This was set in the Superstition Mountains of
Oh,
Arizona,
boy.
which have an early Miocene orogeny. I feel like a fraud.
I don't know if there are any late Cretaceous rocks like that in Arizona, but there's certainly Triassic and early Jurassic, and yeah, I don't know. If you'd picked a Dilophosaur or something, that would have made more sense. The rocks themselves pushed up in that orogeny are probably a lot older than Miocene, but I don't know. Anyway, Tone Rebellion, I appreciate your 4 months of support. Thank you for keeping me here on the air. I really appreciate it. Yeah. Anyway, hello to everybody. Let's see who's here in the chat right now, and then I'll see about supplying Sweetie Pie here with some treats. So you might have to be patient for just a moment here, Sweetie Pie. And she's pushing the camera around again, as she likes to do. I saw Kodali and Matt M33 were first here today, as they usually are. Thank you guys for being here. I appreciate you. Claire Burr and Tommy Platicus, Rabajog, and Halation Effect, Sloppy Salamander. Hello to you, Fall Machine, Arle. Dad, I hope you're having a good start to your week. It's good to see you. Danish Viking, K Crew, the Lenina, thank you for everything you do. Hello, Frozen Yak. What's shaking, Grim Deviant? Howdy. Golganek, always wonderful to see you also. I hope you had an excellent weekend. Welcome back. Gamer Tragic says happy time zone, folks. Same to you, Gamer Tragic. Yeah. Who else? Bush Doctor. And Eddie Scarin and Chris T.S. Hello, everybody. 55 Jazzy Cat. Howdy. And Kawaisapod. What's shaking? 50 streams. That's impressive there, Kawaisapod. I appreciate it. Here. We've got Sweetie Pie and Mini Pie. No, they're like, the treat hiatus is over. We must acquire treats. And you know what, Sweetie Pie? I think you shall. Let's get that going. I'm gonna skip this song because it's hurting my ear. And Megatronus, hello to you. Yeah. Alright, you two. Alright. Time for treats. Oh. Ooh, there's a bunch. What do you think of that, Sweetie Pie? I'm surprised Mini Pie hasn't jumped on the desk and pushed you off yet. And sometimes she does that. Don't you, Mini Pie? Yeah. Anyway, it's real good to see everybody here today. I hope you all had a wonderful weekend. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. We've got some fun stuff planned this week. Anywho. Yeah. Eddie Scarn, favorite dinosaurs are Tyrannosaurus Rex, Dinochirus mirificus, Triceratops horridus or Triceratops prorsus, Eddie Scarn, and Suchomimus tenerensis. Very nice. Good to have you here, Eddie Scarn. Prorsus is the last one. It's a good one. That big, robust nasal horn. I can get behind that. I've dug up some T. prorsus in my day. They're cool critters. All of a sudden 4-2, how are you doing? Hello, hello. And Zandrufi says hello there. Right back at you, Zandrufi. Welcome to Paleontologizing. We're just waiting for Sweetie Pie to finish her morsels here. I don't know why, but this camera is off again in terms of the color balance and everything. Not quite sure why. Anyway, Lup Looper says there are too many cool dinosaurs to make a favorite. You know what? I am inclined to agree. I have a great many favorite dinosaurs. And they tend to be ones that I've worked on before. They tend to be dinosaurs that I've got some sort of a personal connection with, you know? Yeah, like Triceratops, which I've dug up a bunch of, Triarchunkus, that new ceratopsian dinosaur that I discovered back in 2012. It's not named yet. And likewise, our new iguanodont dinosaurs we've been digging up in Utah. There might be more than one new species in that bone bed. Got a new ceratopsian and a new duckbill from the Almond Formation of Wyoming, too. There's... Oh, man. This next decade, I think, is going to be really good for my favorite dinosaurs. Because a lot of them are going to get published for the first time. But yeah. Yeah. Triceratops and Shentungosaurus. Very nice, Leplooper. Both very good. Good ornithischian dinosaurs. Yeah. Anywho, Sweetie Pie, you're just hanging out in front of the camera? You don't want to get on the floor because Mini Pie is down there lurking around like some kind of a hungry shark. Huh, Mini Pie? You want to come up here? Hey. Come on up over here. Hey. I think it's time to give Mini Pie a turn there, Sweetie Pie. Thank you. Alright, come here, Minnie. Hey. She's like, why are you calling me up here? That's suspicious, Danny. You gonna make me go to the vet or something? I'm not, Mini Pie. Come on up. Let's get you some treats. Come here. Oh, yeah, you know what that's about. You know what that's about, Mini Pie. Oh, there we go. Yeah. There we go. Come here. And second kitty, yeah, we're 2/3 of the way to a cat trick today. We'll see if Moon Pie decides to make an appearance. Here, that's too many for you, Mini Pie, sorry. You have a tendency not to finish them all. There we go. Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff, Minnie. Yeah, excellent. Here, let's turn our brightness up a little bit there on that camera. Such a dark cat, you know? That should work. Alright, nice. You're slobbering all over the desk. There's so much cat spit on there now. That's gross, Mini Pie. It's gross. Oh, and there you go. Well, I'll see you later, Mini Pie. Thanks for being here. Anyway, everybody, you left several treats there. Several saliva-covered cat... I need to keep, like, a roll of paper towels by my desk. This is ridiculous. I'll be right back, chat. Why don't you, take a look at this and take a guess as to what you think might be 3D printing at the moment. Something big. Something big.
Ontogeny.
The concept of ontogeny. It might go into an ontogeny exhibit, Rhacodactylus, if that's any clue there. Well, well, well. If you happened to guess something like, a full-size adult Tyrannosaurus skull, then you would be correct. It is, unfortunately, a commercial specimen. The Maximus specimen, which I believe was sold to a bidder in somewhere in Europe. But it's going to be an impressive addition to the museum in Fremont, whom I'm printing it for. So I'm very, very excited about that. It is going to be enormous. Just nuts. Yeah. But this also gets into one of our topics today, which is fossil auctions, which we'll be talking about in a bit. But, yeah, the Maximus specimen, what a dumb name. But, yeah. Anyway, I'm not sure how much of the skull is genuine, and there are certain parts of it here that are wonky, like the maxilla should be occluding with the nasal bone right here. And they're not, but there's a whole bunch of different things in here that are less than ideal. Well, the fact that it's a commercial specimen is less than ideal. Anyhow, I'm excited to be printing one for the benefit of the general public, right here. And is the file public? This one is available for purchase. At least it's not Stan. I know, right, Golganek? Yeah. And Alexander Morrison says, you got enough room for that big Archosaur there? Well, it's not going to be a permanent resident of my office here. In fact, some of these, like our full-size Allosaurus here, we might actually be retiring to the museum also. Because even though it's not an actual fossil specimen, I think you could still make an argument that,
It belongs in a museum!
as long as it's going to benefit the general public, which it will. So, we might be moving a lot of our 3D prints to that museum to be enjoyed by school field trips, by visiting families, by kinds of members of the general public. So yeah, Kawaii says, we are the general public? To a certain extent, but you're pretty special there, chat, you know? You're pretty lucky to be here, in a sense, if you ask me. But yeah. Anywho. We are more of a micro-sampling, says Alexander Morrison. True. Oh, and it looks like we've got an ad coming up in 30 seconds now. If you want to be even more of a special elite class, I say jokingly, you can subscribe to the channel and not have to get stuck behind ads for, what is it, 3 minutes now? Something like that? Sorry, I don't make the rules. I just talk about fossils on Twitch. So anyway, yeah, I'm starting up in about 5 seconds. I'll see you all in a little bit. And holy cow, Victorious! Thank you for those 5 gift subs. I appreciate that tremendously. Look at that. Victorious, thank you, thank you.
Victorious is washing away the ads for 5 lucky mammals.
Appreciate that, Victorious. Your support of this channel, of me, of Science Outreach here on Twitch, and of those 5 lucky chatters who won't have to see any ads for the next month. We'll be halfway through the month of January before they've got to see a single ad on this channel. Thank you, Victorious. Hope they arrived in time to spare them. We shall see. Anywho, really, really excited to be 3D printing this. It is going to be big. Like, really big. Yeah. Oh boy, this is from Sotheby's. Oh boy. Yeah. Tyrannosaurus Rex skull is expected to sell for $15 million or more at an auction in New York next month.
I want to cut myself.
I don't think it actually sold for
Rip
that much.
and tear, grind up, and that was extremely hard on the teeth, so they were constantly regrowing new teeth, and you see that with these.
Yeah, we've got some empty tooth sockets there.
This is skull of a T-Rex. It was discovered in Hardin County, South Dakota, which is the world capital for T-Rexes. This is where.
No, it is not. No, it is not. There have been more Tyrannosaurus fossils found, more Tyrannosaurus specimens found in Garfield County, Montana, than anywhere else on the planet. Not Hardin County, South Dakota. There's maybe a few from there. I don't think they even come close to Garfield County, Montana. So this is one of those things that we're going to be talking about a lot today, is misrepresentations by auction houses. Whether this was I can't comment on whether or not this was intentional, but saying stuff that just ain't so is kind of a habit of some of these fossil auction folks, you know?
Sue, Stan, and all the best examples of T-Rex. And
not true. Not true. I'm not even positive that Sue and Stan are from that county in South Dakota, but some of the most complete Tyrannosaurus skeletons and skulls ever found have been found in other places like Montana, for instance. Especially Garfield County, Montana. But anyway, yeah.
in the world were found. This is being offered at no reserve with an estimate of 15 to 25 million. It is being consigned by an anonymous party. It was recently excavated over field seasons of 2020 through 2021. So here we see 2 large puncture holes.
Those aren't necessarily puncture holes. She's going to say that they're bite wounds from another T-Rex because that's what sounds really, really dramatic. But that very well might be a disease in the animal. We've seen this in a number of other Tyrannosaurus specimens like Sue and Stan, like a degenerative bone disease. There's birds that get a similar thing today. I think it's actually caused by a fungus.
Evidence that this T-Rex was in a fight with another large theropod, probably another T-Rex, judging by the size of the holes.
Exactly, Shark. Yeah, Sharky. Yep.
That this animal was killed by the other T-Rex, but we can tell that it was severely.
I know, right,
injured by
Reiko?
it.
Yeah.
We don't know where the rest of the body for this specimen is. The dig site was severely weathered, and the rest of the body was long eroded away.
Some of that severe weathering, who knows? Without proper records, you don't know whether that was the crew just trying to dig this thing out as quickly and cheaply as possible and accidentally digging through bones. That certainly happens with commercial specimens. Anyway. Yeah. But that's the specimen that I'm currently 3D printing. Let me show you the pieces that are already done. Because they're, well, even I'm impressed by just how bulky these elements are. Holy cow. Yeah. We've got the proximal end of the lower jaw right here. This is where it articulates with the skull. Right there. Look at this. And then this is a piece of our proximal lower jaw too. So these connect like so. just like that. I'm going to have both 3D printers running pretty close to around the clock, as long as I can keep them stocked with 3D printer filament. That might be really our biggest time constraint here. Well, not time constraint, but our biggest constraint on getting this thing done as quickly as I would like. We're going to be going through a lot of filament pretty quickly with 2 3D printers, and the stuff goes out of stock pretty swiftly. So the copper color filament is already out of stock. And I would like to print this whole thing one color, just for the sake of keeping things pretty. Spartan.
See that my 50,000 a year has been well spent.
Thank you for the
Lifestyle,
52
are you
months.
going to run out of living space?
Spartan, thank you for the 52 months of support there. Holy cow, tier 3. I've got enough space here in the house that I can keep this thing here temporarily. But again, this is not going to be the forever home for that 3D print. That, rather, will be the Children's Natural History Museum of Fremont. This museum right here. This is a museum that I'm working with right now. This is part of my big announcement from last week. And, yeah, managed by the Math Science Nucleus. The Children's Natural History Museum of Fremont is a mostly free-to-visit museum. They offer a lot of field trips to kids across the Bay Area, particularly within the Fremont Unified School District. This is just north of Silicon Valley, so like South Bay, a little bit south of where I live. And yeah, they've got some lovely displays right now. They're a little bit on the, you know, that they feel almost kind of homemade. Especially the dinosaur exhibits. I'm going to be helping revamp some of these exhibits. Helping to tell new stories, teach new lessons, and draw in more people to help sustain the museum. So I'm very excited about that. And Alexander Morrison says you're going to need a whole team for this build? Nah, I can do this myself. There might be a few moments when I ask Lordy and Ios to help me hold certain things in place while I'm gluing or whatnot, but I think just doing this piece by piece isn't going to be too tricky. Here, I'll show you here in Blender. I'm still kind of figuring out how this works. But this is going to take a long time, this whole process. It really will. Here are the mandibles, the lower jaws right here. So each one of these is a different piece. In order to get this thing to fit on a standard size print bed like I've got, you got to get creative. And so they've cut this into a bunch of different pieces. And, yeah. This is going to take a few months to print, I think. Especially if I'm not able to get enough printer filament to continuously print. There's going to be some waiting around. Some hurry up and wait. But yeah, it's going to be awesome. And again, that's just the lower jaw right here. The skull is another matter. Holy cow. I mean, it's something impressive. Scorch Hellfire says it's going to take a while. It will. Yeah, it definitely will. But in the end, it's going to be worth it. Yeah, look at all those different pieces. Holy cow. It's going to be something. And it's going to require some note-taking on my part to keep track of what I have printed so far versus what I have not. But it's going to be a lot of fun. So yeah, pretty excited about that. So yeah, the whole thing's going to be about 4 feet long. you know, adult Tyrannosaurus skull size. That's what it is. Yeah, it'll be, yeah, roughly that size. I think that's AMNH 5027 right there. Now, who is that? Next to Brian Curtis. So yeah, it's gonna be a sizable thing. There's the stand skull, which is slightly smaller than this one, as I understand it. So yeah, I'm pretty excited about that. It's a big critter. Yeah, here's Adam from Mythbusters with a. This might be a cast of or a replica of Sue's skull. It looks very Sue-ish, but Sue's skull might be slightly larger than this one. But anyway, yeah. So good stuff. I'm really, really excited about that. Very excited about that. Before I forget, and hello Zote, good to see you. And Digital Dak, howdy, howdy. Donner Gott says we'll be finishing in 2026. No, my plan is to finish it hopefully before I leave for the field this summer. I would very much like to get this thing done before I leave for Wyoming. And it is, it's gonna be big like this. Holy cow. That looks like the Wonkel Rex right there. That's really cool that they have that. They must have used a very large 3D printer for this, unless those are casts. But anyway, the idea is to get that done before I leave for the field. We'll see. So yeah, anywho. Tim Kuska says OMG. I know, right? It's gonna be fun. And it's not just gonna be a showpiece either. Like, I want this to be something that's gonna tell a story. I want it to be integrated really well with the informational placards. Maybe we do an audio tour or something like that. Everything that I'm going to be producing for the museum here is going to be part of a larger whole. Not like, oh, that's a cool thing, let's look at that. Rather, this is an object that tells a story. This is something that teaches you a thing or two about dinosaurs and about the world that they lived in. That's the point, so I'm excited. I'm excited. And Dr. Tara, very nice. Got some paleo news. Cool stuff. We'll see if we get to any of this today. We've got some other stuff planned.
Sure do.
But thank you, Dr. Tara. Appreciate that. And let's see. Boom Shakalaka wants to know, do you know about any bones found in the Pawnee grasslands near the Wyoming-Colorado border? I live there. Just out of curiosity. Boom Shakalaka, good question. Wyoming-Colorado border. That's south of, like, Laramie, right? There are certainly some really important fossils from that around that area, sure. Cheyenne, Pawnee National Grassland. Yeah, interesting. That might be kind of near. Where's Como Bluff? I want to say it's further north. There we go. Albany County, Carbon County. Some of the most important fossil sites in Wyoming are near that area, for sure. Yeah. Como Bluff is a good example. I don't think they're on the national grasslands themselves. Oh. Well. Check this out. This is Brent Breithaupt here, who is the...
My name's Mort Larson.
We'll get to Brent in a minute, but he's, I believe, the state geologist or state paleontologist of Wyoming?
I'm a geologist for the Wyoming State Geological Survey. So what we're looking at here is an obtrusive ridge, a ridge that contains the Morrison Formation.
Yeah. So the Morrison Formation is the same rock formation that Allosaurus is from. Allosaurus, Stegosaurus, Apatosaurus, Diplodocus, Brachiosaurus, some of your favorite dinosaurs. Even the king of all the dinosaurs, Dryosaurus, is from the Morrison Formation. So some of your most famous dinosaurs are from here. Come on, play.
A lot of people
There we go.
associate the Jurassic period as when the dinosaurs roamed the earth. What we're looking at here in the Morrison Formation is the late Jurassic, 150 million years ago, with the Morrison Formation that preserved these well-documented dinosaur fossils.
Yeah.
And to give you a perspective on the geology, the Como Bluff anticline is a southwesting plunging anticline. And what we're looking behind us here is the south flank of the anticline with kind of shallow dipping beds. The cap of this anticline is the Cloverleaf Formation, which forms this.
So Cloverleaf is where Deinonychus and Tenontosaurus are from, Microvenator.
Geological geomorphic structural feature called a hogback. And as we move down that flanks, we see the Morrison Formation, which is that grayer, lighter unit. And as we move into the core of the anticline, we get older age. We get into the Sundance, and into the core of the anticline, we get the Chugwater.
Yeah, Chugwater is Triassic.
In this anticline, we have shells, limestones, sandstones, and interbedded with conglomerates.
So when you're in this part of the world, this stuff is all around you.
Years ago, this environment.
You might not realize it, but these rocks are from the age of the dinosaurs, and they contain dinosaur fossils and the remains of lots of other critters that lived in that time too.
It was completely different. We had lowland floodplains, we had river systems.
Yeah. There's Brent Breithaupt right there in the gray hat.
Breithaupt. I'm the regional paleontologist for the Bureau of Land Management in the Wyoming State Office in Cheyenne. We're standing a short distance to the east of Medicine Bow, Wyoming. This particular spot is a place on Highway 30 that you can see the world-famous Como Bluff dinosaur site.
Yep, right out there.
This particular ridge behind me was a spot that in the 1870s was one of the first locations where major dinosaur discoveries were made anywhere in the world. One of the first places that partial and complete dinosaur bones and skeletons were being found. These late Jurassic dinosaur bones were pivotal with regard to the development of dinosaur paleontology, not only here in the United States, but around the world.
Yep.
And who found those bones? Not surprisingly, railroad workers. In fact, there was a section foreman named William Harlow Reed.
So this is why Wyoming plays such a pivotal role in the early history of American dinosaur paleontology, is that happened to be where the Transcontinental Railroad went through. It went through Wyoming. There are plenty of dinosaur fossils in lots of other places, but this was an area that was accessible to scientists on the East Coast, you know?
But around the world.
Yeah.
And who found those bones? Not surprisingly, railroad workers. In fact, there was a section foreman named William Harlow Reed.
I want to look at some of your shorts after this.
William Edward Carland. So Reed and Carland worked for the Union Pacific Railroad. But in fact, it was Reed himself who was coming back from antelope hunting. He came across these large bones. He realized these large bones on this ridge were something that hadn't been found before. He hadn't seen them before, and he had been working on the railroad for many years in Wyoming. So they sent a letter back to a very well-known paleontologist at Yale University named
Othniel Charles Marsh. Yep, good old O.C. Marsh.
Marsh was interested in these particular bones and sent crews out here in the 1870s and 1880s to collect these particular fossils. Marsh had an arch rival, Edward Drinker Cope, from the Philadelphia Academy of Science. Both of these individuals were the primary paleontologists of the time. The conflict between Marsh and Cope is often called the Bone Wars. The competitiveness that both Cope and Marsh had as scientists fed over to the field crews. And so the field crews didn't get along either. There's stories of spying on each other. There's stories on going out and breaking up bones so that the other individual wouldn't find these particular fossils. Where major dinosaur discoveries were made anywhere in the world. Dinosaurs of all sorts walked through this area. Dinosaurs that many people are familiar with, like Brontosaurus, Apatosaurus, Diplodocus, Allosaurus, Stegosaurus, Camptosaurus, and numerous others were found, and in some cases found for the first time, just over the ridge.
Yep. Pretty cool stuff. So that gives you some sense for how important Como Bluff is in this, this part of the world. It's good stuff. Here's a link to that video right there. Yeah. So I hope that answers your question, Boom Shakalaka. Yeah. Let's take a look at some of these little short videos that Claire has put together for us. And then we'll get into some of our topics for the day. There we go. Shorts. Let's see. Oil. What is this about?
We know of any dinosaurs from Saudi Arabia, but I think there have been marine reptile fossils found from the Mesozoic. I think much of Saudi Arabia's sedimentary rock from the Mesozoic is marine, so it's from ancient oceans, and that might have something to do with all the oil there too.
The tar one. Okay, Claire, we'll do that.
Of ocean basins, you get all of this organic material, these dead plankton and stuff that drift down to the bottom. There's layers after layers of all these carbon-rich dead critters, and it gets compressed and eventually becomes petroleum. Anytime you've got like oil deposits, that's because there was an ancient ocean there at one point. So oil is a critter smoothie? You bet. That's why it's called a fossil fuel, because it's made from ancient organisms. There's the word fossil that we paleontologists use, which means the preserved remains of ancient living things. But I think the derivation of fossil, it just means dug up. Fossilis in Latin, I think, just means like dug up out of the ground.
So a potato.
A potato would be a fossil, because you dig it up out of the ground. A carrot would be a fossil. That's in an overly literal sense, and we don't ever want to do that. So I guess fossil fuel in that sense would be like, oh, it's a fuel that you dig up out of the ground. But they're also made from fossil organisms. I don't think we know.
Good stuff. Claire, thanks so much for editing these. This is wonderful. Let's find the tar one like you were talking about. Where is that? Second one at the top. Oh, this one. Okay. Well, those numbers seem good. But did you touch any grass? I did touch a little bit of grass. Most of my outdoor streams in the field, there's not a lot of grass to speak of. We're out there, in the Badlands, out in the deserts of Wyoming and Utah. There's not much grass to be seen or touched. Touched earth. There you go, Charlie's Dragon. Touch grass with a tar-coated finger. That's true, huh? When we were at La Brea.
Yeah, it's pretty permanent.
You could see why all these Pleistocene mammals got stuck.
Look at that. Lick it?
Don't do that.
Okay, I won't. Oh boy,
that's not going to come off.
That's not going to come off. Know that when you come here to La Brea and you stick your finger in the tar, you're making a choice there that's going to stick with you. No pun intended.
And wouldn't you know it, chat, it is still there since September. It's December now. And look at that. It has not gone away. I'm just kidding. I just put that on my finger with some Sharpie right now. Those numbers. Oh, this is good. But that is great, Claire. I really appreciate that. Holy cow, that's wonderful. Yeah. Well done, Claire. Holy cow, that's some excellent editing there. That is superb. Appreciate you, Claire. Holy cow. I wonder if it's possible to share that on, like TikTok and stuff like this. appreciate you, Claire. Oh, speaking of social media, you should do a quick screenshot for Blue Sky here. A Little Pink Pony.
We have the Tradoon.
Thank you for the 10 months of support. Really appreciate that, Little Pink
Paleobirds are
Pony.
dinos 1, paleobirds
Thank you, thank you.
are dinos 2, paleobirds are dinos 3.
Thanks for keeping me online for the past 10 months. I appreciate it. It means a lot to me. It really does.
Tradoon.
If you set it up, I will transfer them for you. That might be wonderful, Claire. Let me think about that. I don't want to put too much on your plate, but yeah, that might be a way to draw more people into the streams and kind of help build this community. Yeah. Lordy says, welcome to our dynamic. Danny pretends to eat something dangerous, and I say, no, no. Yeah, Lordy's so earnest. Appreciate you too, Lordy. Yeah, let's take a... Let's go like this. Let's see if that looks any good. I completely forgot to post anything on Thursday rather. So we gotta make up for that. Lilith Hobo says your streams will become a time capsule for future scientists when we rebuild Earth 2. Oh boy, don't say that.
I can see that my
Axeman.
year has been well spent.
Thank you. Tier 3 right there, Axeman. 16 months of support. Now at Tier 3, I appreciate that tremendously, Axeman. Thank you for that. Holy cow. Tier 3 subs are, that's carrying a lot for this community. I really appreciate doing that. Good stuff. Let's see, 400 DPI. Create. There we go. That'll work. First try, not too shabby. And hello, sweetie pie. What are you shaking your tail for? What are you nervous about? Goodness. Alright, let's go ahead and save that. I can look past sweetie pie's tail here. There we go. Okay, excellent. Close up Photoshop, close up Blender. And let's post it. There we go. Sweetie Pie's finding the treats that Mini Pie left behind. Yeah. Let's see. What's trending about? Of high profile fossil auctions. Join us at twitch.tv/Paleontologizing. Don't really want to edit the image, but let's add some alt text there. Sized, 3D printed Allosaurus skull. River fish fossil. LED sauropod and more. Save. And let's post it.
Hold on to your butts.
There we go. Yeah. May contain cats. That is certainly true. That is certainly true, isn't it? Yeah. Alright, we might want to post that one as well. 400 DPI. There we go. Oh, there's a Sweetie Pie emote right in front of my face right there. We gotta retake it. Oh, right here. It happened again. Look. All right, try number 3. Okay. Now she's looking away. Gosh darn it. Look over here, Sweetie Pie. There we go, that should work. There we go. That'll work. Well, except that I... Hang on, what? What am I doing here? There we go. Okay. All right, let's try this. Hang on, that's not right. What did I do wrong here? Oh, okay. That's what we want. Okay. Save. Yeah, fine. Replacing that previous one that's already up. Good stuff. All right, let's put it up there. Oh, no, we want to do that as a reply to the previous post. Okay. She sits directly in front of the camera. There we go. There we go. Yeah. Here's a link to the post with the reply right beneath it. Yeah. Anyway, good to have everybody here. Sweetie Pie, do you want another treat, don't you? Would you appreciate that, Sweetie Pie? Would that make your heart smile? Let's make it happen. Oh, what could this be? There's a few more for you. And have at it. And Tomic, hello to you. I hope you're having a good day so far. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. Yeah. Good stuff. Thank you for all of the likes and reposts, everybody. Good stuff. Good stuff. And thank you for the 4 new follows. Excellent. Beautiful. We're getting up there. As Twitter continues to crash and burn, this is a way to, to inform people about the streams and stuff like that when I'm not necessarily online on stream. And, a way to help try and build community and everything. So, thank you, everybody who's followed. Good stuff. I'll see you later, Sweetie Pie. Thanks for joining us. Why don't we get into the this article about fossil auctions. Normally, I'm not excited to see an article about fossil auctions online. Here's a link to this post right here. But yeah. Wyoming dinosaurs sold for $15 million in Europe, but how legitimate are they? An excellent question. This is some good, in-depth journalism. This person, Andrew Rossi, who wrote the story, he did an excellent job. Interviewing relevant people, trying to provide context and, additional information. This is not stenography. This is journalism here. You gotta love it. And Charlie's Dragon says, I read that article, looking forward to your take, because I was a bit meh on it. I was so enthusiastic about it because finally there were some perspectives put forth that I haven't seen in other articles yet. So I was thrilled about that. And some of those perspectives are from some of the other paleontologists I respect most. So, yeah. Collectors might want to beware when bidding on dinosaurs at auction houses. A recent trio of Wyoming dinosaurs sold for more than $15 million at an auction in London. But how much of the dinosaur skeletons are legitimate versus 3D printed material? Or just cast or sculpted? Let's see if we can find video of this first, just to kind of give us some additional context, some kind of background as we're going in. Alright, so let's try this month here. And Murph, thank you.
Has been well spent.
Boo dinosaur
Very well
auctions.
spent.
Boo.
Thank you, Murph. I appreciate your ongoing support. Now at Tier 3, holy cow. Your support of this community, your enthusiasm, I just appreciate the heck out of you, Murph. Thanks for being you. Thanks for helping me be me. Thanks Thanks for supporting science outreach here on Twitch. Here we go. From the Associated Press archive here. This might be just essentially stock footage here, but we've got a Stegosaurus skeleton and 2 Allosaurus here. Casey Snowart, good to have you here too. Welcome, welcome. So we've got a juvenile and an adult, but these are probably not all that they're made out to be. It's hard to say, honestly.
The Stegosaurus is absolutely a public favourite, and it has been since it was first discovered in 1877.
Tradoon.
We'll be talking about how much of a public favorite it actually is based on recent survey data, too.
And what's nice about this specimen, it was found in the Malin Quarry, which is a long stone throw because it was in Wyoming, but a stone's throw away from that initial discovery in 1877. That iconic...
This, too, is, it might be a bit of an exaggeration,
armoured
but
plating
yeah,
along its
we'll
back,
see.
And those fearsome tail spikes have made this a favourite, not just for the toy industry. I mean, I grew up as a kid with a plastic Stegosaurus. Everyone can recognise what it is. It is the icon of the age of the dinosaurs. That's borne out throughout the 150 years of its recent history. It's been a star fighting other dinosaurs in Hollywood, and it's just instantly recognisable.
It's true. It's the most prominent of all the Stegosaurs. It's one that's, it gets the most attention.
World record price then for a dinosaur with Stan the T-Rex that made $32 million.
Oh,
2 years later we had the Raptor in New York that made $12 million. So next week here at Christie's we have an estimate of £3 to £5 million on the Stegosaurus that will be offered with no reserve, and the pair of Allosaurus here will be offered at £5 to £8 million.
Oh boy. Let's find this one right here. There might be some narration here.
Dinosaur fossils have fetched millions of dollars at an auction in London.
Oh boy.
3 dinosaur skeletons offered by auction house Christie's on Thursday sold for almost $16 million as part of the Jurassic Icons Allosaurus and Stegosaurus auction. Excavated in Wyoming, the skeletons included an adult and juvenile Allosaurus, which was sold as a pair for around $10.3 million, while a Stegosaurus skeleton was sold for $5.4 million. Now, previously in July this year, a Stegosaurus fossil went under the hammer for $44.6 million at a Sotheby's auction, setting a new record.
Ugh. Yeah. Anywho, yeah. Let's talk about that. Now that we've got a little bit of background, now that you've got a sense of the kind of the aesthetics around this. Let's take a look at some journalism here. Wyoming dinosaurs sold for $15 million in Europe, but how legitimate are they? It is an excellent question. So Wyoming dinosaurs are dominating the auction block in Europe, or at least unknown portions of them are. On December 11th, 3 Wyoming dinosaurs, a Stegosaurus and an Allosaurus duo, were auctioned at Christie's in London. The trio of Jurassic icons, quotation marks must mean that that was like the name of the auction or whatever, the title, I guess, sold for more than $15 million. In November, a 70-foot-long Apatosaurus found in Wyoming in 2018 was driven past the Eiffel Tower before going to the auction block at Colline du Bocal and Barbarossa in Paris. Billed as Vulcan, the largest dinosaur ever auctioned, oh boy, it was said to be 75% to 80% real bone and sold for more than $6 million. Dinosaur auctions are an omnipresent concern in the paleontological community as dinosaurs continue to fetch millions of dollars. Apex Stegosaurus sold for $44.6 million at Sotheby's in July, becoming the most expensive dinosaur in history. Oh boy. However, there's also a growing sense of consumer advocacy among paleontologists who see these specimens for sale. I don't know if it's consumer advocacy as much as we're trying to make the point that these things are not worth that much money and the commodification of our science should stop. This is, I think, a really kind of clever tack that some of the paleontologists quoted in this article took, and it's one that I've tried to take myself. Is he talking the Stego holotype? This is different, Jim. This is, and howdy, Jim. It's good to see you. Yeah. Yeah, this was last week. There was a Stegosaurus and 2 Allosaurus that were auctioned off in London. Here we go. Billionaire buyers beware. If you were buying a Ming vase at auction, and it was actually made of parts of 5 Ming vases, and 50% of it was painted plaster, wouldn't you want to know that? Said Denver Fowler, my old mentor, paleontologist and curator of the Dickinson Museum Center in North Dakota. But auction houses don't release that information for these dinosaur auctions. It's quite surprising. Again, I really like the tone and tenor of this because, you know, I've spent a lot of time with Denver, and he always talked about how if the people bidding on these dinosaur fossils actually understood how cheap it is to dig them up in the first place, you'd never be able to get millions of dollars for them at auction. Yeah, this is something that I talked about myself. Here. Egg.
And other fossils go straight into the hands of private individuals.
Danny, can you understand why a skeleton could be worth $20 million or pounds or whatever?
Frankly, Michael, I can't. As somebody who's dug up a lot of dinosaurs over the years, I've done a lot of field work in places like Montana and Utah, working with various museums. It doesn't cost very much to dig these things up in the first place. Maybe
Denver makes the same point in the article.
$1,000 to dig up, you know, a handful of bones, like in the Shen specimen.
So this was one where it turned out that the Tyrannosaurus specimen that was being auctioned off, they had it all set to go in Hong Kong, huge auction there. You know, it was going to be the most expensive dinosaur ever auctioned off in Asia. And then it turned out that the vast majority of the skeleton was a replica of another Tyrannosaurus specimen named Stan. The Black Hills Institute dug up Stan back in the 90s, and they've been selling casts of it ever since. So yeah, it was just like a handful of actual bones here, and so they pulled the plug on the sale. They withdrew it from the auction block.
You know, a handful of bones, like in the Shen specimen. There's really no reason in the world why it should sell for anything over $1 million. Paleontologists like me are flabbergasted every time that happens, and I think it's because the buyers are being misled, as they were in the case of Shen.
Yep.
Sticking with you, Danny, there was the case of the actor Nicolas Cage.
Anywho, we'll talk a little bit more about that there, but yeah. Let's get back to the article here. Not as it seems. Christie's in London heavily promoted the auction of the 3 iconic dinosaurs of the Jurassic period unearthed in Wyoming. Promotion materials tout the battle-scarred Stegosaurus and the unique pairing of an adult and juvenile Allosaurus, both excavated from the Maylin quarry near Medicine Bow, less than a meter apart from each other. Remember that, less than a meter apart. The specimens of Allosaurus, preserved with fossil bones of a black color, the Christie's auction description reads, the adult consists of approximately 143 fossil bone elements, the juvenile 135 fossil bone elements, and both with additional cast sculpted and 3D printed material. The Allosaurus pair sold for more than $10.25 million, while the Stegosaurus sold for nearly $5.4 million. Vague descriptions of dinosaur specimens at auctions frustrate paleontologists like Denver Fowler. He sees it as a deliberate obfuscation to prevent potential buyers from knowing what they're bidding on. Typical descriptions for dinosaur skeletons up for auction include percentage real bone by weight, percentage real bone by volume, and similar phrasing. What is that supposed to mean? You know? They might say a specimen is 90% real bone, Fowler said. What they mean is that 90% of the bones by number are real. If there are 50 ribs in the body with 200 bones, then that's 25% that's just ribs. Sometimes they'll say something like 90% real bone by weight, which usually means they've got big, heavy bones that make up most of the weight. These are weird ways of describing these things. So they can find ways to try and make it seem like more of the skeleton is original than actually is. This is very different from like what you see in museums, by the way. I'll show you an example. Here's a Triceratops specimen that I helped dig up in Montana back in 2011 from the Yoshi's Trike site. It actually, I think, holds the record for the longest brow horns of any horned dinosaur ever found. What's something that you notice about this skeleton up on display, chat? What's something that's kind of striking about it? What do you think? And there you go, Rhacodactylus. Exactly, yeah. Yeah. Megatronus says it's about 40% real. How can you tell? Circule says zebra skeleton. Yes. Color stands out, says Casey Snower. Can't quite put my finger on it. Yeah. Here we took, well, I wasn't actually involved with much of the conceptualization of this display, but there were pains taken to show what we have of the skeleton versus what we don't, you know? It should be pretty obvious here that the brown parts are the parts that we actually have represented, parts that we actually dug up in the field, and the white parts are the parts that had to be filled in because they were gone. You do not see this in these big dinosaur auctions. They try and paint everything so that it looks like the whole thing is there. It's deceptive. I think part of that is that they're not looking at this from a scientific standpoint. It's just, oh, we want to get as much money as we possibly can, and we're trying to turn this thing into essentially an art object, you know? It's like they did here with this. So much of this, in fact, this, I would not be shocked if this entire skull is just a 3D print right now. Only a few of these bones are actually going to be genuine, you know? Fowler noted that the term bone elements is highly misleading. A bone element could be anything from a complete 9-foot leg bone to an inch-long fragment that isn't identifiable as anything other than a piece of bone. Yep. An adult Allosaurus skeleton contains more than 300 bones, not including individual teeth. By that count, the 143 fossil elements of the large Allosaurus auctioned at Christie's meant the specimen was about 48% real fossil at the most. It's not going to be anywhere close to that, I suspect. The difference between fossil cast, sculpted, and printed isn't evident in the specimens. Knowing the difference could make or break the sale. But that's the thing, is that they're trying to get as much money for it as possible. So they're being less than forthcoming about which elements are real and which are not. You know? Yeah. There you go, Rhacodactylus, yeah. Yeah. And Nerduino says the sad fact is that someone that's going to spend $20 million on something like this probably doesn't care. Maybe. Yeah, I agree with your Nerduino in that if they've got, you know, that obscene amount of money and they're just going to drop $20 million on something like this, you know, it's not like they're really doing their due diligence in the first place. Sure. But they should probably know that paleontologists like me in Denver are laughing our butts off at them. Like, you chump! You paid $20 million for this? you got played, you know? Like, talk about gullible. You know, and I think if those people knew that they were being laughed at like this, they would feel a little bit less enthusiastic about wasting $20 million on it. You know? Yeah. Anywho. But yeah. Dr. Irrefutable says, of course, no reputable paleontologist would authenticate such a fossil either. It depends. There's a lot of people out there who are really desperate to make a living, you know? It's tough out there. So it happens, you know? But at the same time, they don't need to have, like, you know, to call in a PhD paleontologist from a museum 3 states over to come authenticate something. Generally, the people who are selling these they know a thing or two about fossils also, you know? So yeah. Anywho, yeah. Follow the diagram. A simple tool that paleontologists employ while excavating and assembling a skeleton is a skeletal diagram. They'll find a skeletal drawing of the dinosaur they're working on and color in the bones discovered. I've done this myself, live on stream before. Every time I know we're going to be working on a particular kind of dinosaur out in the field, I try and bring a skeletal diagram with me, just for the purposes of showing people what we're talking about, you know?
This one here too, which could be... It almost reminds me of a phalanx, like a theropod phalanx.
Let's see if I find...
vertebra, like a vertebral
try
body.
to find it here when I bring out the...
We'll see.
The chart.
But, yeah.
I might not do that on this day, because it was crunch time and we were...
Well, if this happens to be our
trying
last
to get this done
stream
ASAP.
from Utah, chat, say farewell to Ethan and Fisher and Spencer and Jim over there.
Bye, chat.
Yeah.
Thanks for playing.
Yeah. Appreciate your viewership. It's a chance.
Yeah, it wouldn't have been here. Let's find another one. On a slightly less busy day. That was our last day of digging that year. Come on, YouTube. There we go. Yeah. I think I broke out the chart for pretty much every stream. I guess there's a few when I didn't, and just my luck, this will be the one when I didn't. Yeah, oh well. It's gonna take too long to find. So let me just show you what I mean here. Let's do Allosaurus. Allosaurus skeletal diagram. So here we go. You just have the skeleton illustrated like that, all of the bones articulated. You've got a black outline of the hypothesized silhouette of the animal to show where it would have flesh. Up top is this specimen. I guess this is from Dinosaur National Monuments. Specimen number 2560, which I think might be the holotype for Allosaurus jamadsoni. This is going to be important in the article too. But this is meant to show you that they're missing the tail, they're missing the arms on this critter. But they've got pretty much all the rest of it, which is extraordinary. Yeah. But yeah, good stuff. So you'll see other ones too, like Here. Sometimes it's a far less complete dinosaur, where you've got essentially one bone, like for this guy, a cervical vertebra, for Thanos Simatoi, or Simonatoi rather. Here, we gotta scoot that over so you can actually see the element they have. Yeah, not a whole lot there. Nerdowina says, I'll give you $1 million for that bone. It is the only known bone of this dinosaur, so it's unique in that sense. Yeah. Anywho. And then you've got in-betweens. Like, let's look at, Carnotaurus. I think it's actually on the Wikipedia page for Carnotaurus. They've got that skeletal. So let's try that. There we go. That's it there. Illustration of the known skeletal material of Carnotaurus. So, this just shows you at a glance, okay, we're missing much of the hind limbs from the femur and the proximal tibia downward. Missing that little mid-shaft of the ischium right there. Maybe that accidentally got dug through during the dig. It happens sometimes. And missing the tail, apart from these few proximal caudal vertebrae. But overall, fairly complete. You know? This is a skeletal diagram. This is standard practice for dinosaurs. This is not an unusual thing. But you very, very rarely, if ever, see that in, like, dinosaur auctions like this. You know? Yeah. A skeletal diagram. Paleontologists find a skeletal drawing of the dinosaur they're working on and color in the bones discovered. Fowler said that he regularly makes and updates skeletal diagrams for the specimens at his museum, and notes how they're conspicuously absent from the dinosaur auctions he's seen. Takes all of 15 minutes to put one together, he said. Auctions don't do that. Interesting. Yeah. Oh, Strife says, hi, how do we know what the rest of the dinosaur looked like from just one bone? Strife, in the case of Thanos here, we don't really know what the whole animal looked like, which I think the guy who's included there shrugging for scale, it's meant to imply that. But we can tell what family of dinosaurs this critter belongs to, because its vertebrae has got some characteristics that show that it's an abelisaur. So it's one of these very, very short-armed, long-legged, meat-eating dinosaurs. So, yeah, we only know that because we've got more complete skeletons of its relatives like Carnotaurus here. So we can kind of use them to fill in the blanks. With Thanos in particular, we don't know if it had bells and whistles on its head, if it had crests or horns, or what its exact body proportions are. All you can basically say is, it's this kind of dinosaur. It's a member of this family. Abelisauridae. So here's different members of that family right there, and they've got all basically the same kind of body plan. There's definitely differences between them, but they've all got short arms. They've got kind of a shortened snout, very tall skull, sharp teeth. They're all meat-eating dinosaurs. Yeah. Does that make sense? You know, it's like if, I don't know. Let me think of an example, or an analogy that might kind of work. I would say, think about if you know a lot about automobiles, and, you know, you found in a junkyard an exhaust manifold that you know comes from a Ford Mustang. You don't know what the rest of the car looks like, necessarily. You don't know what exact model year of Mustang it is, but you're like, this is from a Ford Mustang. You don't know the paint color. You don't know the trim level, but you know it comes from a Ford Mustang. That kind of thing. So, would that make sense? Yeah. But yeah. Racodactylus says, interestingly, this reminds me of a scandal that happened in the retro video games community a few years ago. Huh. With auction houses discovered to be engaged in deliberate misinformation about the authenticity and quality of rare video games for old systems. And also separately for collectors' coins and other collectors' items. Interesting. This sort of thing is probably much more common than we realize. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. And there's Allosaurus again there. It's all over the stream today. Allosaurus there, Allosaurus here, Allosaurus in our examples and in our articles. Rosedower. Thanks for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. So here we go. In the case of the Christie's auction, there is a paper trail to follow. The Allosaurus specimens have been kicking around the paleontological world for decades. Oh boy. So these are things that they've been trying to sell for a long, long time. Or... So a team of paleontologists published an abstract on the juvenile Allosaurus in 2003. Not a paper, but an abstract, presumably in like at a scientific conference. The specimen is remarkably complete, including all of the bones in the arms and neck, most of the backbones and one leg, small portions of the hips and tail, and a significant portion of the skull. Documents acquired by Cowboy State Daily, that's the name of this publication, and they really did their homework here. Kudos to them. Include a skeletal diagram of the large Malin Allosaurus specimen created in 2018. According to the diagram, the larger skeleton is much more fragmentary than its appearance would suggest. Indeed. You know, looking at... There's the juvenile right there. And then there's the adult. You would have no indication of that. Just looking at this, right? And they're not making that clear to the people who are bidding on it either. Interesting. The portions of the skeleton recovered from the large adult include a nearly complete neck, portions of the hip and tail, a single shoulder blade, and half of one femur. The only bone recovered from the skull was a single jaw. So again, nearly all of this is reconstructed. And you wouldn't get that impression just looking at it, would you? You know? Yeah. Oh, boy. Yeah. In total, there are at least 40 partial or complete fossils of the large Malin Allosaurus cataloged in 2018. I think they mean fossil elements, so like actual bones. While many of these were large and impressive pieces of the skeleton, they weren't enough for a complete skeleton. Nevertheless, that's a fraction of the 143 bone elements of the large Allosaurus promoted in the Christie's auction. So they've only got something on the order of 40 actual bones from that skeleton. In the catalog for Christie's, they say there's 143 bone elements. So what gives? According to the diagram, the fossils from that specimen would account for only 13% of the skeleton, and only 27% of the real fossil material, assuming each fossil counted as a single bone element. So Denver Fowler questioned whether skeletal diagrams would impact these auctions. They would clearly represent how much of a dinosaur is authentic fossil material, and how much has been sculpted, replicated, or printed to complete it. Does it enhance the sale or degrade the sale? If it degrades the sale, I completely understand why they don't provide it, he said. They're not obligated to provide it. A person buying a fossil or a painting is supposed to go in there with the knowledge of what they're buying. So yeah, caveat emptor, buyer beware. But I really like the questions that Denver is asking here. And Salamander was talking about this earlier. She says, I make jokes about poisoning the well. It is genuinely a very effective disruption tactic. Of course, I don't have the means nor the wherewithal to print a whole dinosaur skeleton and insert little bits of bone to accomplish it, but in any case, drawing attention to this issue is going to be more effective at dissuading the rich folks than appealing to their better nature. And I completely agree with you, Salamander. I completely agree. It's, I think Denver kind of had the same attitude here. Yeah. And Spartan says, bone fragments? Did they break up larger pieces of bone into fragments to up the numbers? We don't know. They didn't provide documentation. So maybe they did, and maybe they didn't. We don't know. You know? Buyer beware. Specimen numbers are used for cataloging and researching archaeological and paleontological artifacts. We saw that earlier with this right here. This Allosaurus skeletal diagram here. So this specimen, which I think is the holotype for Allosaurus jamadsoni, the holotype is the original published specimen. So, like, that's the one, whenever we're talking about this species, this is the one that you referred back to. It is the original. And it is DINO, that's Dinosaur National Monument, 2560. That's the specimen number there. So specimen numbers are used for cataloging and researching archaeological and paleontological artifacts. Several paleontologists contacted Cowboy State Daily independently to point out a discrepancy in the specimen numbers shown in the auction photographs. The skull of the smaller Allosaurus has a specimen number starting with DMQ. This has been verified as an abbreviation for Dinosaur Malin Quarry, referencing the site where the fossil was found. Meanwhile, one of the claws on the larger Allosaurus has a specimen number starting with TYA. Bill Wall, a paleontologist and former employee of the Wyoming Dinosaur Center, that's in Thermopolis, Wyoming, recognized the number and the claw. It came from a site called There You Are, TYA, located on private land near Thermopolis and over 200 miles from the Malin Quarry. Let that sink in for a second. 200 miles away, a different dinosaur, presumably still Allosaurus, we think, died there, maybe millions of years apart, and pieces of these two different dinosaurs were put together, claimed to be the same specimen, and sold at auction. Just a meter apart, right, says Rhacodactylus. Yeah. TYA was a specimen excavated from a different site near Thermopolis, Wall told Cowboy State Daily. It has nothing to do with the Malin Quarry specimen. That's further than less than a meter. Yes. Oh boy. The TYA specimen number suggests the larger Allosaurus is a composite specimen, a mixture of similar sized bones from different individuals. Yes. It was common practice for museums to do this back in the day, but they recognized it as like, you know, we need to put a complete skeleton up on display, you know, for the purposes of public outreach, getting people excited about fossils and showing them something. But that was because they didn't really have complete specimens, and they didn't have the wherewithal to... It was because of limited resources from these museums, you know? We don't do that kind of thing nowadays. We're not going to mix together individuals from different dinosaurs. Like, I can't say that as a blanket statement, but like, we want to make that sort of thing obvious. You know, transparency is really important and stuff like this. Toner Billion says, I heard that in the early days of paleontology in China, farmers used to break up whole fossil bones because they were paid by the piece they found and handed them to the visiting paleontologists. They just enterprisingly made up more pieces to sell. This... We're hearing some sort of an apocryphal tale about that too. Yeah. Paleontology in China, even today, is really interesting in that regard, where a lot of Chinese paleontologists don't do much field work. They will purchase fossils from farmers or from other people who are local to those spots, and they'll ask them to bring them the best specimens. And there's pluses and minuses to that. I think actually being there on the outcrop and collecting the data yourself is really important. But they've got so many fossils there that I can kind of understand the impulse not to do that, you know? Anywho. But yeah, and very funny at the yeah. Salvo Truant says the big Brachiosaurus in the museum in Berlin, yeah, Giraffatitan is what it's now called. Yeah, is actually a mix of 4 individuals. I think it might be more than that, yeah. But that's also a composite. Yeah. But yeah, yeah. Anywho. Composite specimens are very common in the paleontological world, making up a majority of mounted dinosaurs in museums. True. Especially in the older days. However, if the larger Allosaurus is a composite of fossils from the Malin Quarry and another site in Thermopolis, it's not disclosed in any of the auction information. This raises other incongruities. While the Malin Quarry has been placed at the older end of the Morrison Formation, Wall says that the sites in Thermopolis haven't been dated within the formation. If they did mix and match between Medicine Bow and Thermopolis specimens, they might have 2 different species reconstructed into a single dinosaur, he said. We don't know what species of Allosaurus was found in Thermopolis, and the Thermopolis specimen was smaller than the Malin specimen. I think Rebecca Hunt Foster goes into detail about this later in the article, but yeah. And Jim says many sites are bone bed sites. That's true. Yeah. Our Iguanodont site in Utah is a bone bed, and when we reconstruct that critter, it's going to be multiple individuals. If everything is disarticulated, then if all the bones have fallen apart, it becomes sometimes exceedingly difficult to try and figure out not just which bone belongs to which individual animal, but how many individual animals were in there? What's your MNI, your minimum number of individuals? Even that could be really difficult. In this case, they've got Allosaurus specimens from, miles and miles and miles and miles apart. Possibly millions of years apart, too. So, yeah. And Jim says critters, more than one species. Yeah, I was talking about that earlier. You think there's more than one iguanodon in there, which is exciting. Anywho, I don't want to get too off topic here. Wall also confirmed that he worked on preparing fossils from the larger Malin Allosaurus specimen while working at the Wyoming Dinosaur Center. He verified the completeness of the specimen, to his knowledge, via the skeletal diagram acquired by Cowboy State Daily. Rebecca Hunt Foster, who is the park paleontologist at Dinosaur National Monument, and somebody I admire tremendously. She was our first interviewee on this channel way back in the day. This would have been, what, 2021, I think? Oh, shoot, I don't know if I have that on here. I don't know if we have that uploaded. I really do need to put that up on YouTube at some point. I think we had there were some technical issues with it. But anyway, Rebecca Hunt Foster was our first interviewee on this channel. There we go.
For Dinosaur National Monument. I became interested in vertebrate paleontology.
So Rebecca's great.
The usual kid does. I kind of didn't get into it till I was about 12 or 13. My mom's a librarian, and she used to bring books home for me to read, and some of the books that I read were about paleontology, and I thought that was very interesting. I grew up in Oklahoma and was very familiar with archaeology, but felt I liked animals a lot more than I did humans, and so I felt more drawn.
I think some of us can relate.
Paleontology because it was dealing with animals, and I love animals. So
yeah, I'll give you a link so you can watch this whole thing with Rebecca. So pleased that she was quoted in this article. She's got some really interesting perspectives to share. So Rebecca Hunt Foster, paleontologist at Dinosaur National Monument in Utah, said she was perplexed by the appearance of the Allosaurus specimens in the Christie's auction. They looked like two different animals assembled as one skeleton. Specimens recovered from the Malin Quarry have been dated as some of the oldest from the Morrison Formation, covering a span of 10 million years of the late Jurassic. During that time, Wyoming's dinosaurs changed, evolved, and died off. What I know about the Malin Quarry is that it's stratigraphically low in the Morrison, she said. That's where Allosaurus jamadsoni has been found. But the skull of the large Allosaurus looks like Allosaurus fragilis, which is a different species. So A. fragilis and A. jamadsoni are the two species of Allosaurus found in the Morrison Formation. While they might look outwardly similar, I think they look pretty distinctive in a lot of ways. But yeah, there are numerous distinctions between the two closely related dinosaurs. Hunt Foster said that while the large Allosaurus had a skull that looks more like A. fragilis, the skull of the small species looks like an adult A. jamadsoni scaled down to fit the size of the skeleton. Oh boy, and she's correct. That's, I think, pretty much exactly what they did here. In fact, this skull right here, that looks suspiciously like this one, which is 3D printed. Very funny, Charlie's Dragon. Believe me, if I had $16 million to spend, it wouldn't be on nonsense like this. Yeah, or we watched you print it. Exactly, Charlie's Dragon, yeah. But I do really wonder if this is... There's some similarities in the Naris. What about that... the suture between these bones up here? Like the frontals and stuff. Yeah, that's pretty prominent. I would not be... This might be the same one. Here. Here we go. There's the skull right there. And the skull right here. Let's compare, shall we? Yeah, that's it. Holy cow. That's this. That I printed for like, what? $100? Yeah. Look at the suture between the premaxillae and the max right here. Look at this right here. You see it there? Yeah. That's totally it. That is totally it. Wow. Wow. Let this be a lesson to everyone. Do not purchase dinosaur fossils at auction, especially when their provenance is doubtful. Whoever bought this got majorly ripped off. You know, I just here in my house have the same Allosaurus skull that you paid, what, $16 million for? I just printed this myself, you know? It's like probably about $100 I spent on filament. Yowza. Yowza. Oh yeah, buyer beware. Someone has been had? Oh yeah, someone got fleeced here. Yeah. Look at the scars on the maxilla, that's totally it, says Jim. I know, right? Ah! Oh man. And where did I get the 3D model for the print? Asked Red Crayon Bandit. I got it on Colts 3D. And it does specifically state that they are not for commercial sale. So, this person, if they wanted to take legal action, they probably could. Here it is right here, you know? Yeah. I don't know, I'm not a lawyer. I'm not here to offer legal advice. But I wouldn't be shocked if this person could take them to court and win. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. And Statsbloke says legal action on a multi-million-dollar sale? Yeah, a lawyer would totally take that case. Interesting. Interesting. Thank you, Statsbloke. Interesting to think about. This is lovely. It is a sculpt. I think there are a few elements in here that are maybe scans of original fossils, but it is a work of art. And under American, like, intellectual property law, at least, I suspect that they would probably have grounds to sue. I don't know. The artist who produces these is Belgian. I don't know what the IP laws are like in the EU. But, yeah. You can send a message to that model or let them know. I very well might, Dr. Irrefutable. I very well might. I would actually be surprised if other paleontologists haven't already reached out to him. Yeah. Oh boy. So I knew I wanted to talk about this today. I didn't realize that we would be making realizations like this live on stream, you know? Yeah. And thank you, Dinosaur Dave. Well. Let's take a look at this clip. Yeah. Look at the suture between the premaxillae and the max right here. Look at this right here. Look at it on there. Yeah. Yeah. That's totally it. That is totally it. Wow. Wow. Let this be a lesson to everyone. Do not purchase dinosaur fossils at auction, especially when their provenance is doubtful. Whoever bought this got majorly ripped off. Oh boy. Yeah, well, I believe that. 3D printed giant moa and call it a day. There you go, Lilith. Oh, well, yeah. And Clairebird, that's not your fault. I don't think I didn't make that video live because I hadn't finished editing it. I think there's things I wanted to clean up there, Claire. So don't worry about posting that. No, I'll get that done another time. Yeah. Mirth says it's selling a 3D print as a fossil. Well, I mean, yeah. So Rebecca Hunt Foster's concern is that the Christie's specimens could be inaccurate reconstructions combining both species of Allosaurus. That could be partially explained if the large Allosaurus is actually assembled as a composite of two different specimens, possibly two different species from Medicine Bow and Thermopolis. And here. Let's have a look at a map of Wyoming right here. So Medicine Bow is right there. Thermopolis is up here. These are quite a distance from one another. This is not a stone's throw, and this is certainly not less than a meter apart. Oh boy. Yeah. Victoria says the most complete Allosaurus. It has bones from every species. Oh, Victorious, you are once again correct. Oh boy. Yeah. So this could have implications for the identity of the third dinosaur in Christie's Jurassic trio. While Stegosaurus has a much more famous name, Wall said that the fossils of the closely related but lesser-known Hesperosaurus have also been found in the Malin Quarry. The Christie's specimen could be all Stegosaurus, all Hesperosaurus, or a composite, a mixture of fossils from both genera. So Hesperosaurus is, we generally think of it as having kind of shorter, rounder plates than Stegosaurus, possibly in a single row down its back. Whereas Stegosaurus has got taller, kind of pointier plates. Stegosaurus, I think, is also known to grow larger than Hesperosaurus. But yeah, so it could very well be that the Stegosaurus specimen here is not even Stegosaurus. Yeah. And RTFM Major Tom Tom says, but objects at auctions are checked for authentication, aren't they? No, they're not. That's kind of the point, is that these things have not been authenticated properly. And the buyers are spending sometimes tens of millions of dollars on stuff that has been misrepresented in some cases. That's what we're talking about. So yeah, there could be, oh boy, there could definitely be some further chapters in the story, I'll put it that way. It's going to be interesting to see what comes of this. Yeah. So Rebecca Hunt Foster shared Denver Fowler's belief that there should be more information on what's real and reconstructed in dinosaur specimens at auction. Part of her frustration with examining photos of the Christie specimens was not knowing what had and hadn't been replicated to create a complete skull. Well, as we've just determined, this is not a complete skull. Much of this is this same exact 3D printed, sculpted specimen that I have right here. Yeah. Oh boy. Oh boy. You know, when I put this in the background today, I was like, well, we're going to be talking about Allosaurus. I want to give the viewers a good frame of reference for, like, what a complete skull would look like. I think it'll be relevant to today's discussion with this news article. I didn't know it was literally going to be the same specimen. I didn't know that the one that we're discussing is literally this, and this is a sculpt. It's not real fossil. There might be small parts of it that are based on real fossil bone, and the artist did a phenomenal job of making it as authentic as possible. But it is a sculpt. It's not a cast. It's not a molded and cast replica of actual bones. It's an artist's how do I put this in a way that really gets the idea across? This is an artist's vision of what this dinosaur skull should look like. It is in many ways based on the actual fossil bones, but it's not a dinosaur specimen. This is not a particular Allosaurus skull right here that was replicated, that was scanned, or even that was, like, you know, sketched by hand and then turned into a 3D sculpt with digital sculpting software. This is an artistic portrait of the Platonic ideal of Allosaurus fragilis's skull. Does that make sense? And to see that auctioned off in London for $15 million is nuts, you know? It's not even a replica, it's an art object. Exactly, Dr. Irrefutable, yeah. Yeah. Gojira says, it's a plastic replica of someone's concept of a skull. Yes, and I don't mean to denigrate the skill of the artist here, because he knows what he's doing, and he's very, very talented. But it's not a scientific specimen, you know? Yeah. Anyway. And Science Streams, it's good to see you. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Hope you had a great weekend. And the ideal Allosaurus, I know, right? Vercingetorix, what a great name. Good to have you here. An interpreted model. There you go, Jody Fish. Yes, yes. Oh boy, yeah. So, large Allosaurus is tagged on the inside claw of its left arm with TYA, which identifies the part as coming from a different site other than the dinosaur was advertised. Yes. Mickey Mouse Gloves. That's got to be from a Denver quote here. Yes. And Petrodactylus says it's not a scientific specimen, and if the artist never gave permission to use this, nor were they compensated, then it's also plagiarism. We'll see what happens. Maybe the artist was contacted. Maybe they did give permission for this, but I don't know. I really wonder. Yeah. And Expired says, what would an actual specimen go for reference? I mean, ideally, they shouldn't be going for anything. You know? They shouldn't be sold at auction. These are potentially scientifically important fossils, and you know, it's a piece of our collective natural heritage. Shouldn't just end up on some wealthy guy's mantelpiece somewhere. No, I mean, arguably this is much larger than you could fit on a mantelpiece. But, still. And say what to me?
Because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
Thank you for the Prime sub. I appreciate it. Say what? Good to have you here. Appreciate supporting science outreach on Twitch. But yeah. Nazoon says, at least rich people getting scammed like this should help discourage the practice? I don't know. That's the thing, is that there's been a big increase in both the price and the profile of these dinosaur auctions in recent years. It's not a good trend that we're heading in. That's why I'm so happy that this article is out. You know? Yeah. And Dr. Javasaurus says, okay, perspective check. Danny, how many Twitch dig streams can we get for $15 million? Well, shoot. Over the past 2 years, we've done a bunch of streams from Wyoming. Our fieldwork in Wyoming was crowdfunded by members of this community. In 2023, we raised $7,100. This was, I think, the majority of our budget in 2023. Could have been the vast majority of our budget. I don't know the exact figures, but almost all of this money came direct from this community through contributions to the experiment.com crowdfunding page. So let's round up. We'll say $10,000 to run a big field season with like 20 volunteers. We had like twice as many this past year, but let's say 20 volunteers, several new dinosaurs being excavated. We'll say $20,000, being generous, being very generous. So, $16 million divided by 20,000. We could run 800 field seasons like last year's. 800! So rather than having a handful of bones, like you have here, with a 3D printed skull, and 3D printed or sculpted other pieces, instead you could fund 800 field seasons, digging up new dinosaurs bound for museums, dinosaurs that'll be named as new genera or species, dinosaurs that the public will get to enjoy, paleontologists will be able to study for centuries into the future. I personally know people who have some money, who have donated money to paleontological expeditions, and some of these people have or will have new fossil organisms named after them. Like, that's a way to achieve immortality as a wealthy person. That's a way to be remembered in a positive light, not to purchase something like this at auction and get ripped off, but to fund paleontological fieldwork, to advance the science, to contribute to the sum total of human knowledge, feed some paleontologists along the way. You know? So yeah. T-Matrix says someone paid millions for a 3D print? Yeah, this one. We just figured out that this skull right here, not only is it a 3D print, it's this 3D print. It's this same exact Allosaurus skull 3D print that I have here in my ramshackle office. You know? How funny is that? Somebody paid $16 million for this. You know? And Jim says immortality versus infamy. Yes, that's the thing, is that if you're recognized as the sort of person who's gonna help fund paleontological research, if you're providing money for us to go out into the field and discover new dinosaurs, to collect data, you'll be remembered fondly long after you're gone. Whoever bought this, they might not want to be public now because it's probably going to come out that they got scammed, you know? Yeah. And Jody Fish says it's the whole Shen stand thing again, only this time it went through. Exactly, Jody Fish, yeah. Yeah. Isn't it resin at least? Science rooms? I don't know. Maybe it's PLA. Yeah, but Danny, what's the quality of the 3D print? Is it really nice? It's a good question, Bullen. I'm curious myself, actually. I'd love to know. Yeah. Oh boy, yeah. And Dr. Irrefutable, holy cow, what was this? On Ko-Fi? My goodness. Thank you, Dr. Irrefutable. Is it okay if I share this? Oh boy. Here. I presume. Okay, great. Dr. Irrefutable says donating $16 for science outreach today. We'll donate $16 million as soon as the funds become available. I appreciate you, Dr. Irrefutable. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. Brilliant. I really appreciate that. Yeah. And you know what? Since you've done that, actually, I might be able to afford another spool of printer filament. So I might just keep it saved up for now, but know that I will be spending it on more 3D printer filament as we 3D print a full-size adult Tyrannosaurus skull. It's gonna be huge. So anyway, yeah. Reiko says Danny can now buy the materials to 3D print another $16 million fossil Allosaurus. There you go, Reiko. Yeah. As soon as I'm done selling this one for $16 million, you know, we just gotta find a buyer for it. You know, some wealthy European. Yeah. Oh boy. Jody Fish says, did you ask Lordy and Ios for permission? So that Tyrannosaurus skull, when it's done, is not going to be staying here. This is another commercial specimen, the Maximus specimen. Oh boy. But this is the one that I'm 3D printing. This is going to be going to the museum in Fremont that I've been working with. Yeah, the Math Science Nucleus Children's Natural History Museum of Fremont. Here in Fremont, California. I'm designing and producing some dinosaur exhibits for them. So I'm very excited about that. Halation Effect, thank you for the 100 bits.
Just $15,999,999 to go.
I look forward to receiving the rest of that soon, Halation Effect. Thank you for your ongoing support. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Very good, Tone Rebellion, yeah. Yeah, oh boy. Let's continue with the article here. There's no way of knowing if whoever bought these 3 Jurassic dinosaurs at the Christie's auction knew or cared what percentage of their dinosaurs were actual dinosaur fossils. Fowler, Denver Fowler, my old crew chief, doesn't care about the price. A single Stegosaurus skeleton might sell for $44 million, but he's confident it's not worth that much. It's definitely not worth that much, holy cow. At auction, the buyer decides what it's worth, he said. If some billionaire finds out that they spent $40 million on a dinosaur and most of it is plaster, or plastic, in the case of a 3D print, they're probably not going to be all that happy about it. Maybe they don't care. But if they care, you don't want that reputation as a seller. At this point, Fowler watches these auctions play out with a mix of fury and amusement. I have personally spoken with Denver about this many, many times. There was a running joke in 2015 when I was out in the field with Denver on the American Prairie Reserve. There were all of these news headlines about T-Rex skeletons going up on, for auction, expected to, to fetch millions of dollars. And so we would be out prospecting for the day. And Denver would find, the caudal chevron of a T-Rex. It's one of the little bones that hangs down from the underside of the tail. The chevron bones. And he'd pick it up and he'd go, could this be the first billion-dollar dinosaur? We're just flabbergasted by how much these things were selling for. It's just absolutely preposterous, And then... Denver ended up finding another Tyrannosaurus skeleton in a bunch of big sandstone blocks that had rolled down a hill. Would have been a nightmare to prep, and I don't know if they've been collected. He's got them logged, but I don't know if they'll ever be collected. It would be a tremendous number of labor hours to get those things chiseled out of those rocks with air scribes and everything. But anyway, Denver found this and he goes, could this be the world's first $1 trillion dinosaur? Let's, start calling up some wealthy folks. See who bites. But yeah.
3D print that caudal bone and put some paint on it, maybe, says Ridiculous, yeah. Oh, boy. Yeah. Yeah. So while Denver finds the breaking prices obscene, he can't help but chuckle at the, in his opinion, undeserved reverence bestowed upon these crappy composites. I'm sure that's an exact quote from it, too. Yeah. They have these clowns wearing fancy suits and white Mickey Mouse gloves holding on to these precious fossils, when you know all they're holding on to is a big lump of plaster, ever so delicately cradling a thing which isn't even real, he said. Not pulling any punches there. I agree. Good for him. Holy cow. We gotta bring Denver on for an interview about this sometime soon. So Wall recognized his work when looking at photos of the Allosaurus specimens in the Christie's auction. He used plaster and epoxy to fill holes and reconstruct missing portions of some of the fossils, which were subsequently painted to match the color of the actual fossil. So one of the guys who was working on these Allosaurus specimens, working in a laboratory, you know, for the purposes of science, working to reconstruct these things to keep them from falling apart. He's using plaster, he's using two-part epoxy to hold these things together. And
It's a dinosaur.
Hamza Mogni, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. This guy's just trying to keep these bones from falling apart. No subterfuge in there. There's no effort to fool the onlooker into thinking this is a complete bone or anything. So this guy's sculpting was done to strengthen the fossils rather than add to their aesthetic appeal. Now it's become part of the piece. He says, I suppose I should be proud for spying my sculpture at an art auction, he said. That is ironic, you know? And he's being facetious here. I think he's probably fed up with this sort of thing. These auctions treat dinosaurs like art and sell them like art. I'm a paleontologist. I care about the science of these specimens. But when is it a dinosaur and when is it art? It's a good question, you know? When you've got 3D printed pieces, sculpted pieces, bits filled in with plaster, everything painted to look like a complete skeleton, at what point does that become deception? You know? Yeah. So who's to blame? If the world is flooded with news of multi-million-dollar dinosaurs that aren't as authentic as they appear to be, who's at fault? Ultimately, the auction house sells the specimens based on the information provided by whomever supplies them, whether that be a commercial company or an individual. The auction house may or may not verify that information, but paleontologists believe they should. I don't blame the commercial paleontologists for bringing these specimens to the auction houses, Fowler said. Many of them are just as enthusiastic about fossils and trying to make a living. I agree with Denver about this. I was talking about this, what was it, on Thursday, I think? Reiko, I'm eager to get your opinion on this too. Paleontology is one of those fields that is incredibly difficult to make a living in. There are... Here, let's see if I can find that.
You need to take some of your own advice.
And Ms. Yvette...
Man who told me to live every week like it's Shark Week, and that nothing's impossible except for dinosaurs. Don't give up on life, sir.
Wow. Ms. Yvette, thank you for the 27 months of support. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Fun science. Thank you, Ms. Yvette. Thank you very, very much. I really appreciate it. You don't have to worry about any ads for the next month. Thank you, Ms. Yvette.
Is this what I was looking for here?
From the other groups.
So, Jingmei O'Connor, a rising star in the world of vertebrate paleontology. I'll do my best to bring her on for an interview at some point. Let's see.
In between might also be there, but we really didn't know.
Here, talking about getting into paleontology.
In part of that is the appearance of.
So I'm trying to find a spot where she talks about. If I don't have this logged already, I need to log it for future reference. Here we go. This is it.
I made a practical choice to work on birds because I thought, well, you know, I've been told that paleontology is super competitive and that, you know, only the strong survive. No, I'm just kidding. But like, you know, they say 1 in 100 paleontology students actually makes it. So it is super competitive. And so I thought, well, if I'm going to do this very competitive, you know, pursue this very competitive career, let me at least give myself like, you know, let me give myself a fighting chance. And at this time, it was when all these early Cretaceous birds from China were just pouring out of northeastern China.
So here's the important part here.
This is Laura Dern of Jurassic.
And thank you, Chrissy Bell,
for
the follow. I appreciate that.
Work. It takes
welcome.
months or years, so leave it to the professionals.
Appreciate that, Chrissy Bell. Welcome to Paleontologizing. The kicker here, though, the whole point that I brought up this clip with Jingmei O'Connor is just to illustrate how competitive our field is and how few people actually make it.
I thought, well, if I'm going to do this...
Here we go. Yeah.
I'm very, very grateful for that, like, financial decision that I made. I made a practical choice to work on birds because I thought, well, you know, I've been told that paleontology is super competitive and that, you know, only the strong survive. No, I'm just kidding. But like, you know, they say 1 in 100 paleontology students actually makes it. So it is super competitive.
And this is a major problem. This is a major, major, major problem. There are so many people who are intensely interested in paleontology, and there are so few jobs available and so little funding. The people who do manage to be able to scrape together a living doing other things, even if there's like, if they don't have a job directly in paleontology as a museum curator or museum scientist or preparator or as a professor or an adjunct professor or something like that. Even if you know, teach at a veterinary school, or if you work as a remediation paleontologist or something like that, you know, overseeing construction sites. Even with like those things that are kind of just outside the field, things like I do, you know, doing science outreach full time. This is a niche I've had to carve out myself. It's not easy to make a living doing this kind of thing. It's really not. I think it's one of the things that drives some people into commercial paleontology and into digging up fossils and selling them for profit. Because at least they can still be in paleo, you know? Even if they're not necessarily contributing to the science. Spartan, holy cow, thank you for the 10 gift subs. I appreciate that tremendously. Thank you, Spartan. Look at this Tinamou bird, super excited about... Get out of there, it's gonna blow! Shoot!
So Spartan Zero is overloading the system with 10 gift subs.
Thank you, Spartan. I appreciate you. Holy cow. Thank you. There's 10 people in the chat who won't have to watch any ads for a full 30 days, thanks to your generosity there, Spartan, and I presume they're just as grateful as I am, so thank you for that. Holy cow. And Chrissy Bell got one. Excellent. Good stuff, good stuff. Here, when we were watching this video last week, remember this? On the commercial dinosaur fossil trade.
I think that there's several reasons to own fossils.
Oh,
Science is only one of them.
I've made millions of dollars in the dinosaur business.
The thrill of discovery doesn't get old. It's almost like an addiction.
So, I don't know. I think people like Clayton Phipps here. In a way, they were kind of... Maybe not him in particular, but I do know some other people who absolutely would have become paleontologists and would be contributing to the science in profound ways if there were space for them. Part of this is just a lack of jobs. Part of it is that there's just not enough funding at a federal level for paleontology. And part of this, frankly, is an elitist attitude among a lot of academics who are very gatekeepy about our science, you know? And that's a big problem too. It's a serious issue. And a Ko-Fi donation, holy cow, Golganek. Well. Golganek, thank you very, very much. I really appreciate that. Multiples of 8 are satisfying. I agree, Golganek. Thank you for that, Golganek. Is it okay if I share this? With everybody else? And Jet12302, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontology. Hello. Golganek says, sure. All right, here we go. Thank you, Golganek. Because learning dinosaurs and multiples of 8 are so satisfying, right? $24, I really appreciate that, Golganek. Thank you. Holy cow. Yeah, those Ko-Fi donations are, those are direct donations. The Ko-Fi platform doesn't take a cut of those. So thank you. I appreciate that a lot, Golganek. Good stuff. Claire Burr says, thank you, Danny, for breaking down the walls and making a space for us to be part of this. Oh, you bet, Claire Burr. That's what I'm trying to do. Thanks for saying that. Yeah. You know how so many kids grow up wanting to be a paleontologist at some point? Many, many people here in this chat, I think, can attest to this personally. So many people here dreamt of going into paleontology when they were young. Or maybe they're still dreaming of that. Maybe they're actively on a path to doing that right now. And it's not easy. We, as paleontologists, need to do a better job of reaching out to the public, making opportunities available, letting folks contribute whatever they can, whatever they want to advancing our discipline, to pushing the field of paleontology further. I really wish we were better at building that kind of a community as a science, you know? It's something I've been talking about a little bit with some members of the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology. And, yeah, I don't know. So I think what Denver says here really kind of hits the nail on the head. But yeah. Dino Dex says, I stopped going on the path of paleontology due to not getting the grades to go to university. And I mean, that's true for a lot of people. There should still be avenues for you to participate in paleontology, though, and be able to make a meaningful contribution to the science. Even if you didn't get to go to a fancy school or something. Is that another Ko-Fi donation? Holy cow. That is wonderful. Thank you, RTFM, Major Tom Tom. A little bit for science. That's more than a little bit. I appreciate that, RTFM. Thank you. Holy cow. I appreciate that contribution. Thanks for helping keep me here on the air. I will be able to afford some more 3D printer filament now. This is wonderful. Like the neon Sinosaur on the wall? Confused Echidna, it's great to see you too. Hello, hello. Yeah. But yeah, I appreciate you, RTFM Major Tom Tom. Good stuff. Yeah. Here, let's get into what Denver said here that prompted this whole discussion about gatekeeping and paleontology and how we need to bring more folks in. Denver says, I don't blame the commercial paleontologists, fossil dealers basically, for bringing these specimens to the auction houses, Fowler said. Many of them are just enthusiastic about fossils and trying to make a living. And if you're trying to make a living related to fossils, sometimes you have to turn to the commercial side of things. Especially if academia has kind of locked you out for whatever reason. This happens to so many different people. Denver says, if they can get millions for these specimens, why wouldn't they? And I don't blame the landowners. If someone comes up to you and says they could sell a dinosaur for $20 million, I completely understand why they'd agree. It's a hard living, and I know lots of ranches are struggling, and that is true too. That's a systemic issue. There's a lot that goes into ranchers having a tough time of it. Climate change is one of them. Having to compete with these giant conglomerates is another, where like these huge companies will just buy up huge tracts of ranch land and they'll try and push the little guys out. Another thing is that if you're a family, a ranching family, and you have multiple children, and those children want to grow up to be ranchers, you might end up splitting your land between them. So, you know, if you have a son and a daughter and they both want to be ranchers and they both want to, you know, inherit the family business, sometimes that ranch gets broken in two so that they can each have their own plot of land like that. And then they have to try and make a living on half as much land, you know, and repeat this generation after generation, and it gets more and more difficult. So yeah. So yeah. And Double Nichols says, I studied geology in college, even though I'm a lifelong dinosaur nerd. I was scared by all the biology and everything else needed for paleontology. Easier to stick with rocks. Interesting, Double Nickel. Yeah, different strokes for different folks, I guess. I was always much more comfortable with the biology stuff than the geology stuff in paleo. But of course, it's a combination of the two, you know? Paleontology as a whole, you can think of as like a combo of geo and bio. But yeah, I'm sorry to hear that the biology scared you off. But maybe that was a wise choice. I don't know. Are you still pursuing stuff in geology, or I don't know. Anyway, it's good to have you here. Thanks for chiming in. Oh, and from Fetch Quest Journeys, thank you, Claire Bear, for reposting this. I'm sorry I missed it. Fetch Quest says, it would be amazing if we could allow cultural capital to thrive without needing to validate our passions by turning them into a career. I agree. Holy cow. I feel this way about the arts as well as STEM. If we collectively truly appreciated these fields on a wider social level in the West, in the sense that we understood how vital they are, they wouldn't be so many boundaries. I agree 1,000,000%. It reminds me of a book that I can recommend. Here, get that. This kind of deals with some of those themes. It's got a very cynical sounding title, but it's called Do What You Love, and Other Lies About Success and Happiness. Yeah. This mantra is so often repeated that it's become a part of the American ethos. Do what you love what you do. Find a career that you're passionate about. Work hard and maintain a good attitude. Be persistent, and all good things will come to you. Wealth, or at least material comfort, job satisfaction, a sense of self-worth, and the happiness that comes from achieving success in a profession that you have chosen and find fulfilling. Except, as this penetrating, fact-filled book reveals, Most of these ideas are lies and have been co-opted by corporate interests as a way to pay their employees as little as possible and to strip away the hard-won benefits and protections that wage earners used to enjoy. It's good stuff, this book. It's a real... It's kind of an ice bucket of reality dumped over you. There's some cold truths in here, but it's important. And I'm not here to tell anybody that they shouldn't be pursuing their dreams. After all, that's what I'm doing here. This has been a dream come true, to be able to make my living broadcasting here on Twitch. To do science outreach full time I'm incredibly lucky to be able to do this. And a huge portion of that is luck, make no mistake. Huge portion of it. But I think it's important to recognize that when somebody fails to do that, when somebody tries to pursue their dreams and it doesn't work out, it's not necessarily because of any fault of their own, you know?
There have never been more dinosaurs.
Elisa S., thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. I guess my point is that, you know, our society is not designed to let people pursue their passions and do what they're good at and make contributions, positive contributions to the world that way. I'm sorry if you think that, you're incredibly naive. The whole system is designed to make wealthy people wealthier, you know? It's just how it is. And if you're able to somehow scrounge together a living doing something that you're passionate about, then that can be a wonderful thing, but it can also sometimes kind of destroy that passion too. And I've been really lucky and that hasn't happened to me yet. So, I don't know. I guess I'm trying to voice this idea that if you, watching right now, if you've ever had a dream that you've pursued, something that you've, you know, really poured your heart and soul and all of your effort into and it didn't work out, that's not necessarily your fault. Holy cow, is it not? And that is true for people who are extremely passionate about fossils and end up going into, you know, the commercial fossil business. Like, they're just trying to make ends meet. The ranchers who are, you know, agreeing to have fossils dug up off of their land and then sold on the private market, you know, to private buyers, they're just trying to survive too, you know? So many people are in that position, you know? Yeah. The Petrodactylus says, ain't that the truth? I know, right? Yeah. But yeah. And RTFM says it's not only society, it's also our economic system, capitalism. I mean, they're essentially the same thing, but yeah. Yeah, yeah, oh boy. Yeah. Yeah. And Upstairs Down says it's okay to admit dreams change. That's true too, absolutely, yeah. Yeah. And Vanovator says people that say there's zero luck involved in life are narcissists. And also incredibly naive, yeah. 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 Anyhow. Yeah. Anyway. Oh, unfortunately, no. Now I work in city infrastructure. That's something really important, Double Nickel. That's pretty cool. And, concrete is a kind of rock, right? You could say so. I'm sure you're using some of that knowledge that you acquired in your study of geology to inform your work, and that's important. It sounds like you're lucky in the sense that you've got a job that's probably positively contributing to society, where a lot of folks, you know, don't have that. So you should be proud to a certain extent, for sure. Yeah. But yeah, yeah. And Fetch Quest says, totally agree. I think too, aside from obvious access to resources and funding, just because you don't fill out that occupation on a tax form doesn't mean that you can't do what you love on a meaningful level. If you want to create, etc., create. And you have to have the freedom to do so without some of the constraints you would have on an official level. Exactly. I was actually really surprised when I was at the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting. And I sound like a broken record talking about this so much, but it was important for me this year to go back to this. My first time going back to SVP, and way too long. So meeting up with some of my colleagues, seeing people I hadn't seen in years and years, presenting research, just feeling that sense of camaraderie with fellow paleontologists.
Spared no expense.
And Victorious.
gifted a tier 1 sub to Fetch Quest Journeys.
Thank you, Victorious, for gifting Fetch Quest. I appreciate that. Thank you, Victorious. I was really excited to see some old friends at SVP. And kind of shocked to realize that some of them that I thought of as having made it, people who have, you know, professional paleontologist jobs. Moon Pie, you want to come up here? Wow, you'd be our third cat of the day. Come on up. Come here, Moon Pie. Some of them, people I think of as, you know, folks who, they succeeded. Some of them are miserable in those jobs. And they don't get to do nearly as much science as they thought that they would be able to. So, like, having achieved that dream of becoming a, you know, like getting a paleontologist job in a museum, they're like, yeah, I hate it. So sometimes, like, getting the job just makes you miserable because it turns out not to be what you thought it was, you know? So yeah, Double Nickel, thank you
if they're removed,
for the subscription there. I really appreciate that.
Forever.
Hey, come here, Moon Pie. Hey. Come here. I think she just wanted to come say hi. Just do you not want to come up here, Moon Pie? You can get lots of pets. I know everybody in chat wants to see you. Come here. I was thinking of going to pick her up, but she's just exited through the cat portal in the door. Anywho, and was that another Ko-Fi donation? Holy cow! Upstairs down. Thank you for the donation. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, and none for for Bezos there. I appreciate that. Upstairs down. Thank you. Holy cow. That's stupendous. I appreciate you. Yeah. And SV Harkin, oh boy, you're correct about that. Anywho, yeah.
Tradoon. If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
And thank you, Madam 33. Tradoon, indeed, thank you for the 100 bits. Appreciate that, Matt. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Myosaurs always ate their vegetables.
And Lardverse, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Great to have you here. Yeah. And Fetch Quest Journey says, how do you feel about your little apex predators being natural dinosaur hunters? That's why they stay inside. Cats are not allowed outdoors. Yeah. Domestic cats belong inside. They live, on average, about like 5 years longer than outdoor cats. They're healthier, they're generally happier, and yeah, I don't know, there's speeding cars outside, there's coyotes, there's neighborhood dogs that would love to tear a cat apart. Some of the dangerous stuff outside these walls for those cats, so that's why they stay inside. Sculpin, thank you for the 100 bits, I appreciate that. Yeah. Let alone all the things that those cats are dangerous too. Don't want them outside, you know, killing lizards and birds and, you know, bringing home small neighborhood children in their jaws, leaving them squirming on the doorstep. Not the sort of thing you want. But yeah, not only will they go for birds, birds will go for them. I think that's pretty rare, at least in this country, Crimson Carnothoris, but I wouldn't be shocked if there are harpy eagles or other birds of prey like that overseas who would very happily take a domestic cat out for dinner, so to speak. Yeah. And poisonous plants too, that's true. Rabbit jug, yeah, and rat poison. Yeah. Anywho. Oh, Confused Echidna's got a good question. When I ask what your streaming schedule is over and around the holidays, we'll get back to this article in a minute, but that is a good reminder. Let me discuss the schedule real quick. And here, let me open this under the account where I can modify it. There we go. All right. Today is the 16th right here. I'll be streaming every weekday this week. Our Big Scientist Twitch panel is on Thursday that I'm very excited about. So we'll probably be ending stream a little bit early then, and then I'll be joining Science Streams and Nerdarduino and Volcanodoc and some other scientists, and we'll be having a special Scientist on Twitch panel, which I'm really excited about. And then on Friday, we're doing a special event. I'm going to be playing a video game, which I don't think I've done for multiple years now. Yeah, we'll be having a brief stream here on this channel to kind of let folks gather. I'll be probably talking a little bit about Roy Chapman Andrews and the Central Asiatic expeditions into Mongolia in the 1920s. And then I'll be raiding into Ios, and she's going to have me play the new Indiana Jones game on her channel. I've seen some advertisements for it, and it looks like a lot of fun. So we're going to be having a video game stream with Ios. So the game is so good. I'm excited for it. Scorch Hellfire. Yeah. I've heard great things about it. Yeah, Petrodactylus. It's going to be fun. So yeah, we'll probably have like a 1-hour stream here, and then I'll raid into Ios. And yeah, her office is just upstairs from where I am. So I'll just be walking up the stairs, and then I'll jump into her setup. We'll be sitting side by side on camera, and we'll be playing that game. So I'm excited about that. I hope you are too. And then the next stream after that is going to be Monday the 23rd. It is our special Fishmas Day stream, where we're going to be talking all about the discovery of the coelacanth on December 23rd, 1938. So we'll be talking about why that discovery was so important and what it means for the history of life on Earth and kinship of all living things, all that good stuff. That holiday cheer.
They were terrible lizards.
Reese, 1,500 bits. Thank you for that. Good stuff. Appreciate that, Reese. Thank you. And more cookies? We'll see, Wombat Hole. Lordy's been baking a ton of cookies. We'll see if she's up for making some more coelacanth ones. We'll see. And discovery. I know, right? Dimwing, rediscovery, whatever you want to call it. But yeah, it was the discovery of that genus and species, Latimeria chalumna. And then Thursday the 26th, I'm not positive I'll be streaming that day. There is some chance I might have a short stream on Christmas Eve or Christmas Day. Maybe on the 27th too. All of this is kind of up in the air. But Fishmas Day you can count on. And then on the 30th, on some of these days I'm going to want to have like a countdown of the top 24 new dinosaurs discovered in 2024. Not discovered, but published on, rather. So one of these days will probably be a countdown for that. And then on the 31st, on New Year's Eve, we're going to have an extra special stream celebrating the famous Dinner in the Iguanodon. So this is an event from the early history of dinosaur paleontology, when some of England's most prominent scientists gathered and an unfinished model of Benjamin Waterhouse Hawkins' Iguanodon there at Crystal Palace Park, just south of London. It was quite the event. There we go. Here's a clip.
Owen hired the
Thank you,
leading
Crispy. Holy cow.
Benjamin Waterhouse Hawkins, to bring dinosaurs to life.
So this was in the very earliest history of dinosaur paleontology. The general public had no idea what dinosaurs were, what they were all about. This was kind of a grand introduction of dinosaurs to the people. We now recognize the reconstructions as being very flawed. They were based on really, really limited fossil information, but they were groundbreaking, and they were very accurate based on what they knew at the time.
Evidence, Hawkins built models that thrilled Victorian England.
Yep.
They were destined for Crystal Palace in London. It was the first dinosaur theme park ever built, and it's still
nice,
attracts
Dyson Dinosaur,
the public
awesome.
today. Ever the publicist, Owen celebrated the achievement by hosting the most bizarre
Here we go.
dinner party ever held. On New Year's Eve, 1854, he invited the leading scientists of the day to wine and dine in the belly of Hawkins' still unfinished model of Iguanodon.
Yeah. So we're going to have a special celebration commemorating this on our stream on New Year's Eve.
Alcoholic haze, the world's most eminent scholars could now picture prehistory in all its terrifying glory.
Yeah. Those models still stand to this day in South London. There's the Megalosaurus, Hyleosaurus, and Iguanodon. Anywho, yeah, so that's what's going on for the rest of the month. You can access the schedule at any time by typing in ! Is it schedule or is it calendar in the chat? Calendar, thank you, Claire Burr. Yeah. Yeah, it's both. Excellent. Yeah. But yeah. Anyway, let's get back to... Oh, let's check Ko-Fi real quick. And thank you to Crispy343. Thanks for... Holy cow, Crispy. That is a sizable chunk of change there. Thank you very, very much. Holy moly. I really appreciate that. I'll be able to buy some spools of 3D printer filament with that dough there. I really appreciate it. Holy cow. And we're gonna need a ton of 3D printer filament for printing this life-size Tyrannosaurus skull, adult Tyrannosaurus skull. Oh man, that's really gonna help though. Thank you, Crispy. Very generous of you. I appreciate that tremendously. Yeah. You're welcome. We need more folks like you in education. Crispy, I really appreciate that. Holy moly. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for your generosity. It means a lot. Thank you. Good stuff. Let's finish out this article. I keep thinking we're gonna get an enormous raid any minute, and then we're gonna get completely sidetracked. I want to finish this article so that we've got leeway to move on to a different topic if we need to. So let's do that. So Denver says if they can get millions for these specimens, why wouldn't they? And I don't blame the landowners. If someone comes up to you and says they could sell a dinosaur for $20 million, I completely understand why they'd agree. It's a hard living, and I know a lot of ranches are struggling. Thank you, Lenina, for gifting Crispy.
They have given 370 gift subs in the channel.
I appreciate that, Lenina. Holy cow. Excellent aim there, Lenina. To a very deserving chatter. Appreciate that. And Dyson Dinosaur, yeah. Yes. So Dyson Dinosaur, who is himself a dinosaur paleontologist, Filippo Bertozzo, ornithischian dinosaur researcher. It's good to see you, Filippo. He says, oh, Fowler's interview? Finally! Someone said those things publicly. Yes, because we're all thinking it. And I'm really, really glad that Denver, you know, just came out here and said it with his chest, you know? Good for him. We need to do an interview with him about this. I think that would be really cool. So Fowler rejects the media narrative of the conflicting worlds of commercial and academic paleontology, which he sees as only as the only story told whenever a dinosaur skeleton hits the auction block. He believes auction houses should be more forthright about what they're selling. I think this is an interesting tactical decision that Denver's made, and I think it pays off. Yes. He says academics fighting commercial people isn't the story here, he said. At this point, it's become an obscenity with these auction houses. It's not even for real people anymore. It's just the playthings of the billionaires. I agree. Yeah. While auction houses keep their bidders and buyers anonymous, the man who paid $44 million for Apex the Stegosaurus publicly revealed himself after the auction. Ken Griffin, a hedge fund billionaire, has since sent the dinosaur to be displayed at the American Museum of Natural History in New York. To be displayed. It's still his private property, so we'll see what happens there. This guy does have the opportunity to make some real positive contributions to the world of fossil science. But it's going to require some out-of-the-box thinking, you know? And good for him, I guess, you know, making this thing available to the public and probably getting a sizable tax deduction out of that. But, you know, he's a person of means and he's got the opportunity to really make a positive impact on our field. If he's enthusiastic enough about dinosaurs to spend $44 million on a Stegosaurus skeleton, I'd like to think that he's enthusiastic enough about paleontology to make a positive difference for the science itself, you know? So we'll see. Anyway, so Denver Fowler had similar thoughts about Apex, that's the Stegosaurus skeleton, auction off for $44 million, calling it a scientifically unimportant specimen that Griffin had ridiculously overpaid to acquire. I fundamentally agree. Holy cow. Even if someone has the money to spend on these dinosaurs, Fowler and many other paleontologists believe buyers should know how much bone they get for their bucks. Billionaires might be the only people who are getting screwed here. And maybe no one cares, he said. I don't like to see anybody get ripped off, but I think we should all have a sense of decency and honesty. Do the auction houses have those scruples? Because I question if their buyers know what they're selling is lumps of plaster and plastic they're calling a dinosaur. So yeah. Again, I think Denver's words chosen very carefully there. As much as he didn't mince words, I think he was very smart about what he said. And I agree with him on this. If anything, the way to stop these auctions from happening, the way to stop this massive bubble of dinosaur auctions from growing and growing and growing, is to just be honest about these things not being worth that much money. The bottom will fall out of the market eventually. Hopefully. But by calling these things out and saying that people are being swindled effectively, that's one way to help put a stop to this. So the framing is important for the message he's sending. Exactly, Rakadactylus, yeah. Yeah. Fool and their money is soon parted, or some such. There you go, Wombat Hole. Yes. Yes. And, Oscar Jr.'s.
The world looks like a half-plucked turkey.
Thank you.
And walks like a pot-bellied bear.
Thank you for the 19 months of support. That tasty, tasty prime there. I appreciate it, Oscar Jr.'s. Thank you for that. Yeah. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Kennedy says, I know some quite wealthy people, and some of them worked very hard to get there, despite what people say about the wealthy. Yeah, there's definitely exceptions to the rule, sure. Yeah. I don't know. I can tell you personally that the most difficult jobs I've ever had, the jobs that I've had to work the hardest, the jobs that I was absolutely exhausted by coming home every day, if I got to come home, were absolutely the jobs that paid the least. As I've made my way in the world, the more I get paid, the easier the jobs are. I think there's something to that. But I don't know. I'm not an economist, thank goodness. We're gonna switch topics here before I get too philosophical about this stuff, you know? If you would like to help spread the word about this article, here is a link to that post, and here is a link to the actual article. Really, really glad that this exists now. Holy cow. Yeah. I'm so glad the word's getting out about that, you know? Yeah. And RTFM says, if I had $16 million to spend on a skeleton because I care about dinosaurs, I'd give that money rather to dig for more dinosaurs instead of buying a skeleton. And you would end up with 100 times as many skeletons at the end of it, too. Actually held in the public trust for the benefit of everybody, you know? That's the thing, is that it doesn't cost very much to dig up a dinosaur in the first place. Was there anything about that in here? I want to say that Denver was quoted about this a little bit, but maybe that was... Let's see. Is Denver posting about that here? No, I guess it was elsewhere. Let me look. Maybe it was on Twitter. Yeah. Here we go. Yeah. So yeah, I think Denver's talking about a commercial person here. This person said in an article today, when I was in academia 25 years ago, we were budgeting $10,000 a week to run a field program. Nowadays, we'll drop $20,000 to $25,000 a week just going out and looking for dinosaurs. Denver says, this is a load of made-up numbers. It doesn't cost this much. It most certainly does not. Denver says, my field budget is $20,000. And Denver's got a big program with a ton of volunteers, multiple vehicles. And they're out there from like May through September. Sometimes. He says, I do 3 months for that. I guess that's June, July, August. And we usually buy about $1,000 to $2,000 of big equipment. Wages are not included, but most of the crew are volunteers, regular members of the public, on one of the only free dinosaur dig programs left in the world. So if you want great fossils in museums, donate to those museums. We're super efficient, and the fossils we collect go on display to the public forever. it's an important point that needs to get made, you know? Yeah. For $16 million, rather than buying, you know, some mostly 3D printed, sculpted, plastered dinosaur skeletons at auction, for $16 million, you could establish a brand new dinosaur museum that would operate centuries into the future. You could give that museum a pretty hefty endowment so they could sustain themselves over time. That would be... You would be employing paleontologists, you would be educating the public, you would be really making a real solid material contribution to fossil science. And it needs to get said more, you know? Yeah. Yeah. And Darth Jacoby says, you were saying some large donors to dinosaur digs sometimes get critters named after them. How much would one have to theoretically donate to get a Darth Jacobsaurus? It would have to be quite a bit if you wanted to have that name. Holy cow. Yeah. And thank you, Wombat Hole, for the 100 bits. I appreciate that.
As long as you have an internet connection.
I appreciate that, Wombat Hole. Thank you for the support. Yeah. Anyway. Generally, when somebody contributes money to paleontological fieldwork like that, they're not expecting to have a critter named after them. It's not a transactional thing where it's like, oh, give us this much, and then we'll find a new critter and we'll name it after you. That's not how it works. But if someone, you know, makes an appreciable contribution to science, oftentimes they will get honored by having something named after them, whether it's a new genus or species of organism, or whether it's I don't know, a particular wing of a research institution or something like that, or yeah. The most common thing, though, probably is having a critter named after you. But it's not a transactional thing, you know, where you could just, like... I don't know if that's ever happened in the history of... It probably has, but I can't think of a single instance where there's been, like, an agreement where it's like, oh yeah, give us this much and we'll name a dinosaur after you. Yeah. Anyway. And Deathsaurus says, heck, you might even leave a name for yourself in history if a dinosaur gets named after you. Absolutely, yeah. No, absolutely you will. Yeah. Anyway. Wing of a museum, building a university. Sure, Ricadactylus, yeah. Yeah. Oh, and there is... You can think of an instance of that, Dyson Dinosaur? Interesting. Where, like, I guess the way that I was thinking about it was that a person donated a bunch of money to basically, like, buy a name for themselves. Oh, unless you're thinking of Raptor Rex. Oh, boy. That's a whole can of worms there. But, yeah. Not that one. Interesting. Okay. Huh. Anyway. Anywho, good stuff. Yeah, excellent article there, and I'm really glad we were able to have these conversations and figure out that this is the same exact 3D printed Allosaurus skull that was auctioned off. And I've got it right here, and I didn't even have to pay $16 million for it. That's pretty funny. But yeah. Oh, and thank you, Ms. Yvette. List of donors for you to have on file. Okay. Thanks, Ms. Yvette. Appreciate that. Yeah. Excuse me. Yeah. let's talk about shifting gears here. Let's talk about this. From YouGov. What are Americans' favorite dinosaurs? This is on kind of a... hopefully a cheerier note here. They've actually got numbers on this. And you know what? This is a really decent Tyrannosaurus here. I don't know where they got this art, but it's good. Oftentimes in articles like this, you'll just see kind of lousy clip art. Often of this. The Papo Tyrannosaurus models. That one or this one. I guess you can take pictures of a plastic toy like that, and then that makes it, it's like, oh, we don't have to hire an artist now. And we don't have to pay the toy company either, because this is a photo we took of a physical object. And so you just see this thing all over the place. Yeah. You just see it all over the place. The stock dinosaur. There we go. This is from, I guess, the Dinosaur Toy Forum. Huh. Yeah, here it is on the cover of a DVD set. My Terrific Dinosaur book by Dorling Kindersley. They used to produce original models. You know, what happened to you, DK? You fell off. All kinds of stuff like that. You just see them everywhere. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Anyway. An astronomy show says, have you thought about auctioning off or selling your 3D prints? Many of these are going to be going into a museum in Fremont. And I will be compensated for time and materials and labor and everything else. But yeah. That's why I'm printing a life-size Tyrannosaurus skull at present. Not that I have room for that. I don't. It's going to go to the museum, along with a bunch of the prints that we've worked on over the years. And we'll be producing some more to replace some of those for our own use as well on this channel. But many of these are going to go to benefiting the public. Not just here on Twitch, but in the Children's Natural History Museum of Fremont, California. So yeah, I'm excited about that. Very excited about that. Anywho. It's going to be important to feature some of people's favorite dinosaurs. And so it's important to know, what are Americans' favorite dinosaurs? Dinosaurs have a powerful place in pop culture, including museums, books, and movies. But the American people's fondness for the Mesozoic animals is far from universal? What? That's a little disappointing. Yeah. Overall, 13% of... and Addie Slim, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Overall, 13% of U.S. adults say they love dinosaurs. I think the percentage would be a lot higher in this chat. But, yeah. Yeah. Another 31% of Americans say that they merely like dinosaurs. And while only 5% say they dislike or even hate dinosaurs, I do not want to meet these people. They sound awful. Shoot, even the Nazis like dinosaurs. Some of them, at least. Some of them actually definitely didn't. But anyway, yeah. 47% of a striking opinion about the creatures who dominated the Earth for the better part of 200 million years. Indifference. 47% of Americans claim to be indifferent about dinosaurs. I want to see how these questions were asked. You know? Yeah. Huh. Likewise, 41% of U.S. adult citizens say they don't have a favorite dinosaur. To be fair, I don't know if I would say I don't have a favorite dinosaur. I'd say that I have multiple favorite dinosaurs. But I don't know. Again, it's important how these questions were actually posed. How did they phrase these questions? Because that's going to have a huge influence on how people answer. So while 55% have a favorite dinosaur and 5% aren't sure. Okay. Group that doesn't have a favorite dinosaur is larger than those naming any particular kind of dinosaur. Interesting. So that includes Tyrannosaurus Rex. You really need to capitalize that and italicize it there, David Montgomery. Senior data journalist, I would think you would know something about scientific binomials, but maybe not. The favorite of 19% of Americans, and the only type of dinosaur picked by more than 10% of the population. So once again, Tyrannosaurus Rex. Good old T-Rex. The most popular dinosaur around. Unsurprising. I'm actually kind of surprised that only 19% of Americans picked T-Rex, though. Maybe that's already saying... Maybe 41% are already knocked out because they don't have a favorite dinosaur, so... In which case, this would be essentially doubled, which would make a lot of sense. Yeah. It's also the big winner in the UK. We might look at that in a minute, too. Other popular types of dinosaurs include Velociraptor, the favorite of 6% of Americans. Brontosaurus, 6%. This is going to be mostly older folks, because the name Brontosaurus is controversial in dinosaur paleontology. I say Apatosaurus. It's kind of a long story. But it turns out Brontosaurus and Apatosaurus, there's a high likelihood that they're the same dinosaur, and Apatosaurus is the name that we stick with because that was the first name to be published. So yeah. Triceratops was 5%. That's my mom's favorite dinosaur. Pterodactyl, not a dinosaur, but picked by 4%. Oh boy. Oh boy. Shows that we've got some work to do as paleontologists. And Stegosaurus at 4%. Not too shabby. Yeah, and here that is listed. Oh, excellent. Let's get big in this. And have ourselves a look. Wow, T-Rex. Tyrannosaurus, 19%. And 6% for Velociraptor. That's a big difference between those two. That's impressive. Yeah. And look on the bright side, no Indominus nor Dimetrodon on that list. Yes, Dyson Dinosaur. Oh man, that was a particularly heartbreaking moment for me when I first started teaching young kids. Actually, it would have been the second year that I was teaching kids. Some of them had seen Jurassic World, and there were 3 kids in the class who said that their favorite dinosaur was Indominus Rex, which is a fictional dinosaur made up for the movie Jurassic World.
Tradoon.
Yeah.
Tradoon.
So yeah. Yeah. Anywho. Pterodactyl on a wing and a prayer. Should be a wing and a finger. And it did, because that's what pterodactyl means, a wing finger. But anyway, yeah. Brontosaurus, 6. I'm guessing most of those are older adults. Triceratops, 5. Pterodactyl, 4. Stegosaurus, 4. Brachiosaurus, 3. Brachiosaurus has had some really good press. Like, despite being a very rare dinosaur that's not actually super well known in terms of skeletal elements. That's really impressive. The skeletal diagrams like we were doing earlier. Here we go. So this is Brachiosaurus. We don't know if it actually had this crazy upright posture, but it certainly looks cool. This is how much we actually have of the skeleton highlighted in white here. And it's from all of these different specimens. Yeah. So we don't actually have a lot of Brachiosaurus. what most people think of when they think of Brachiosaurus isn't actually Brachiosaurus altithorax. It's this. Giraffe Titan. So the Brachiosaurus from Jurassic Park is actually based on this dinosaur from Tanzania in East Africa. This used to be called Brachiosaurus. It's since been renamed Giraffe Titan. And so the quintessential Brachiosaurus is no longer actually Brachiosaurus. But yeah, the former Brachiosaurus bronchi, exactly. Now Giraffe Titan bronchi. Absolutely, Crimson Carnotaurus, yeah. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. And Axeman says, Brachiosaurus is my default sauropod archetype since I was a kid, which is interesting because it's not a very common animal, and it's not very well represented in the fossil record. Other kinds of sauropods, your diplodocids and stuff like that, kind of, you know, conform to that classic sauropod shape more than Brachiosaurus does. And Varkor says, why do we rename dinosaurs? In this case, Varkor, it was because when some paleontologists decided to re-examine these fossils, they said, I know that this was called Brachiosaurus, but it turns out this specimen looks way different from Brachiosaurus. It's not the same animal. It's not the same genus. We need to come up with a new name for it, because it's just that different. That's what they did. Giraffe Titan. Yeah. There we go. Giraffe Titan. Let's see. It was originally named Gigantosaurus, right? Here. So this is when the Germans had colonies in East Africa, and it's part of like colonial science here. Let's see. Shoot, maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was originally identified as Brachiosaurus. Or maybe I'm thinking of maybe there was a different name. But, anywho, there's multiple specimens that make up that skeleton. Yeah. Let's see. Looking for the story here. Classification. Oh, and holy cow, Megatronus. Thank you for that. Holy cow. I appreciate the 5 gift subs there. Thank you very, very much. Good stuff.
Megatronus 95 just changed things with those 5 gift subs.
Thank you, Megatronus, for those 5 gift subs. I really appreciate that. And I know 5 chatters really appreciate it too. They won't have to watch any ads for the next month. Including those ads that are coming up in 20 seconds now. Brace yourselves, chat. Although 25 of you now will not have to worry about those ads because you got gift subs from very generous community members. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate you, Megatronus. Thank you kindly. Here we go. So originally described as Brachiosaurus bronchi by, what was it, Werner Janisch, right? 1914. So he was right that it is a member of the Brachiosauridae. It's a member of that family. But, let's see. It was Greg Paul, right, who named it Giraffe Titan? Or no, was it Mike Taylor in 2009? Mike Taylor noted multiple anatomical differences between the two Brachiosaurus species, between the one originally discovered in Colorado here in the US and the one discovered in Tanzania. It's Brachiosaurus altithorax and Brachiosaurus bronchi, respectively. And he consequently moved Brachiosaurus bronchi into its own genus, Giraffatitan. In contrast to earlier studies, Taylor treated both genera as distinct units in cladistic analyses, finding them to be sister groups and not the same animal. So yeah, there you go. Anyway, if you want to read more about it, here's the article for Giraffatitan there. Yeah. Sweetie Pie is right in front of the camera, as always. As always. It's right there. Do you want some more treats? Is that what you're here for? We can make that happen. We can make that happen. Oh, yeah. Let's do it. Oh, and it was Greg Paul. Oh, Greg Paul originally came up with the name Giraffatitan, didn't they? I always want to say it was GS Paul, but... Here, we'll find reference to that in the article. Yeah. And Hunteria Volume 2, oh boy, obscure journal. But it counts. Yeah. And by the way, why we haven't done that yet. There we go. And here we go. There's that publication, 1988. New subgenus Giraffatitan in comparison with the world's largest dinosaurs. There it is. Lovely figure here. Just a tail first view of Giraffatitan there. Yeah. And Starma says, my first stream, greetings from Belgium, land of the iguanodon. Starmy. Is it Starmy or Starma? Either way, welcome to Paleontologizing. It's wonderful to have you here. Sorry we got this big fluffy mammal obscuring the camera here. But here, let me give you a special greeting. An iguanodon-related greeting. A big thumbs up to you there. Starma, welcome. Good stuff. Yeah. I know that one. Yeah, Dyson Dinosaur. I was able to 3D print this. A life-size Iguanodon Bernisartensis hand. This is the right hand right here, and there's that big thumb spike. Good stuff. Yeah. HD says, let's give Danny a big hand. I think I've already got one. But thank you. Appreciate it. Anywho. I've not seen the herd in real life, no, but Dyson Dinosaur says there is stuff happening with that critter. Be aware. Ooh. Ooh, that is intriguing. Oh boy. Oh, I'm excited now. That's cool. Anyway, Starma, I've never actually seen the Bernosaur iguanodon in person, but Filippo has. You're also in the presence of an iguanodon researcher, Filippo Bertozzo, who goes by the name Dyson Dinosaur here in the chat. He's a paleontologist who works on iguanodon and its kin. So yeah. Yeah. He also streams here on Twitch. Sometimes in Italian and sometimes in English. But check out his weekend dinosaur paleontology streams. They're awesome. Yeah. And please tell me all the things about Iguanodon. We'll be talking all about Iguanodon on New Year's Eve. For the famous... Well, we're going to be commemorating the famous dinner in the Iguanodon on New Year's Eve. We're having an extra special stream there. It's going to be a ton of fun. I hope you can be there. Yeah. So yeah. Sponsored by Sinclair Dino Care. You don't find any of the other, yeah. Yeah. Anywho, we got to finish this out though. Yeah. People's favorite dinosaurs here. Okay, I guess that's included within this. I don't have a favorite dinosaur is 41% of Americans surveyed. But yeah. Brachiosaurus. I think what a lot of people think of when they think of Brachiosaurus isn't actually Brachiosaurus anymore, which is interesting. But yeah. And Spinosaurus, 2% of respondents say that Spinosaurus is their favorite. Interesting. I work on Spinosaurids, and I'll be hopefully getting a paper out about that pretty soon. Not Spinosaurus in particular, but the whole family, Spinosauridae. Ankylosaurus, 2%. That's impressive. Pachycephalosaurus, 1%. Dilophosaurus, 1%. Allosaurus, 1% too. Diplodocus, 1%. I bet in the UK, Diplodocus is a lot higher. Plesiosaur is not a dinosaur. And Iguanodon also made the list there. Less than 1%, but still on there. Very nice. Very nice. Also Archaeopteryx and Parasaurolophus. And other 1%. The other makes me wonder... what do they mean by other here? Are these the dinosaurs that they had listed and people could choose one? Or did people write them in? Does other just mean none of the above? Or does other mean that there's a bunch of additional dinosaurs that people mentioned, but there may have been one response for this critter, one response for that dinosaur, and they didn't... There was just a whole smattering of other dinosaurs that didn't make the list. I'm not sure what it means, you know? I'm sure there's terms for this in like survey science. And Trapped in Sam's Mind, thanks for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Anywho. Yeah, a duck, says Mizavet. Yeah, a duck is a dinosaur too. Interesting, the only bird on this list is Archaeopteryx, if it is indeed a bird. Note, we know pterodactyls and plesiosaurs aren't technically dinosaurs. YouGov, good on you for that. You know? Kudos. Good stuff. Yeah, and get the data. I do want those data. We'll see about that. Didn't go anywhere. Get the data. Oh! Downloaded as a CSV file. Well. Let's open that up in Google Drive, shall we? Grab it here out of the downloads. It's uploading. Alright, we'll take a look at this. Oh, that's a lot smaller than I thought it would be, but, okay. Here's the data, I guess. Okay, so this is just percentages. So Iguanodon, 0.386% of respondents. Okay. Other 0.966. I don't have a favorite. 40, not sure. 4.65. Okay, interesting. Yeah. Other is probably all the paleontologizing boneheads that wrote Tradoon, says HD. Maybe. Anywho. And Starma says, is Archaeopteryx a true bird? If so, for what reasons? We don't know. It's debated. There's a lot of uncertainty there. I mean, asking the question, is Archaeopteryx a true bird? Means that we have to try and define what a true bird is, and that becomes tricky. So, we're not sure. Yeah. And Kennedy says, chat, Danny was showing the fundraiser for Denver's Old Dig. I don't think that that isn't anything to do with, I'm sorry if what I said led to some confusion about that, but that wasn't for Denver's Dig. This was, yeah. The experiment.com one, which was our crew in Wyoming in 2023. Here's a link. Yeah, we didn't have one of these last year. Because we didn't really need to. We had some people come forth with some money, and we're super, super grateful for that. They requested that we not make a big deal out of it, so I'm not going to. But I hope they know how grateful everyone on the crew was for that. So we didn't have to do a fundraiser last year. We'll see what happens this year. We might run another crowdfunding campaign. We'll see. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. And Kennedy says, I think I donated to Ethan's Dig the previous year, like a water barrel? Yes, Kennedy. Yes, that was for the in-kind donations. Thank you again for that. Holy cow. But yeah. So yeah, that was... And that was several $1,000s worth of gear that was donated to the crew, which was phenomenal. So we really appreciate that. That really helped us out a lot. So yeah. But yeah, and thank you, Ms. Yvette, for donating that pic. I think Ethan has the list because everything was sent to his old apartment. Yeah. And Starman says, please find a new dig in Bernissart where they found the iguanodon herd. There's still so much down there, no money to get it up. And I think the mine may have caved in at this point. It got filled up with water again, as I understand it. I'm not sure that it still exists. Yeah. And Dyson Dinosaur says, I got a quote to reopen the quarry there. It is very difficult just to reach the quota. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I didn't hear it collapsed. I don't know if it collapsed, but I wonder if we even know for sure whether or not it's still accessible at all. Even if they could pump the water out, that might even lead to a collapse or a cave-in. I don't know. I'm sure with unlimited funds, it would be possible to get back down there. Those were, Here, for everybody wondering what we're talking about, let me show you a quick video here. There we go.
Bernissart, 1878. I've struck gold, shouted a miner, 322 meters underground, when he discovered a tree trunk filled with glittering ore. In reality, They
I'll
were
be right back. I'm
bones
going to grab a quick
encrusted
snack.
with pyrite, a sparkling gold-coloured mineral known as fool's gold. A telegram was quickly sent to the Royal Belgian Natural History Museum. The result was 3 exciting years of excavation and the discovery of around 30 dinosaur skeletons, many almost intact. 600 blocks of fossils protected in plaster were transported to Brussels and set up in a former chapel whose high ceiling was perfect for the task of solving the giant 3D puzzle. It was a major discovery for paleontology. For the first time, complete skeletons could show us what dinosaurs actually looked like. The shape of their teeth tells us that they were plant eaters. Their pointed horn-covered thumbs were a powerful defense. And their spine was reinforced by bony tendons which connected the vertebrae. Now we know they normally walked on 4 legs. However, the skeletons that were originally mounted in this upright biped position are too fragile to be remounted. They are still the largest and best preserved collection of iguanodons in the world. They are the stars of our museum.
In Brussels, in the capital city of Belgium. Yeah. There's a link right there for you. But yeah. Cool stuff. Anyway, I think it was... Work there could have continued. There were more skeletons down there. It's remarkable that we got them out in the first place, you know?
The odds of this happening are
Marcy walks dogs.
impossible to calculate.
Thank you for the
But
6
then
months of
on top
support.
of that, to actually find the fossil makes the world of the dinosaur hunter the world of the long shot.
I appreciate that, Marcy. Thank you.
Science.
Yes, indeed, Marcy. Thank you. The 6 months of support. I really appreciate that. Yeah. Anywho. We'll be talking a lot more about Iguanodon on New Year's Eve for our special dinner in the Iguanodon celebration. But, yeah, anyway. There's so many fossils out there, so many dinosaur specimens waiting to be studied, and we just don't have enough paleontologists out there doing it. And the paleontologists that we do have are often unemployed or underemployed or just grievously underpaid. It's an issue. And, yeah, we were talking about that a little bit earlier today. But it's something we'll be talking about more in the future, and I'd like to bring some interview guests on to talk about this in the near future as well. So stay tuned. Yeah. And Dolo from Dolo's Law. Yeah, exactly, Starma, yeah. We talked about Dolo's Law just last week. Kind of that law of irreversibility. Yeah. Let's see, Iguanodons de Bernissar. Oh, cool, Dyson Dinosaur. Is it in French? Yeah. No, only French. There is hope for an English one in the future. Nice. I'll be looking forward to that. Yeah. Anywho. Hang on just a sec. I really want to finish this last piece of pizza left over from last night because I just got really hungry. Where were we? Okay, no video about this yet. But yeah, I don't know, we can continue with this. That would be some dedication there. Learning a new language to just to read about cool dinosaurs. I've been very lucky in my life that I haven't had to do that. Extremely lucky, and that English is kind of the lingua franca, ironically enough, of science nowadays. People in other countries often have to learn English if they want to be able to read much of the scientific literature. And as a native English speaker, that's not something I've ever had to do, you know? So I and other people who grew up speaking English have a tremendous advantage there. We're extraordinarily fortunate. And I try not to forget that, you know? If I'd grown up speaking Urdu or Bahasa or Portuguese, it would have been a lot tougher for me, you know? So yeah. And Jesse Benita says, as a native French speaker, French is very hard to learn. So is English. Holy cow, yeah. Yeah. Anyhow. It used to be German or French. Exactly, Jim. Yeah. Yeah. And before that, it was Latin. Yeah. Anyway, so shout out to all the scientists out there who have had to learn our ridiculous language, English, in order to be successful in their scientific field. It's not easy to do, and big respect to all the folks who have done that. Yeah, English is super easy. Come on, says Dyson Dinosaur. I presume you're being facetious, but yeah. But yeah, Demon Prince says, learning English is not only useful for reading papers, though. I beg to differ. I don't know. That's pretty much all I use English for, you know? Learning any other language also teaches a way of thinking about and the respective culture. True. Very true. Yeah. Random question, what kind of pizza? This is leftover Mountain Mike's pizza. Green pepper and onion, which is one of my favorites. Yeah. Anyhow. Let's continue here. So most adults surveyed under 65 say they have a favorite dinosaur, compared with only 44% of older Americans. So older Americans, not as familiar with dinosaurs or as enthusiastic about dinosaurs as people under 65. Interesting. This is something that I was talking about with Jim during an interview one time. Jim, you were talking about how you had those plastic Marx dinosaurs and how it was really difficult to find dinosaur stuff when you were a kid. Let me see if I can find that. Here we go.
Klingons don't look like Star Trek originals. There's Klingons. But now if you can't do that, the Gorn are the Gorn. So Diane invented this group. We call them the Clan Roo. And the Clan Roo are this
transcript,
fairly militaristic, dinosaur-oid.
Very funny Havana syndrome patient. What a great name. Welcome. It's good to have you here.
Thought they should be the power in the universe. And realizing in Earth history, this asteroid came and
here we go.
59. An old guy, years.
Yeah. So this is Utah State paleontologist Jim Kirkland right here, who's also in the chat right now. I work with him during the summers. He's a living legend in dinosaur paleontology. He's worked on more new kinds of dinosaur than, not than anybody, but more than most researchers. Holy cow, yeah.
Talking with Dr. Jim Kirkland, Utah State paleontologist here, who's been digging up dinosaurs in the Colorado Plateau for
nearly 50 years, probably 49 years.
Yeah, so 50 years next April.
Next April will be 50. It's the anniversary of digging up a dinosaur on the Colorado Plateau.
Incredible, yeah. How did you first get out to Utah?
Well, for Utah, I was working in the Museum of Northern Arizona. And
well, where'd you grow up in the first place?
I grew up south of Boston.
Okay.
And, you know, my dad came home when I was 1959, an old guy. Brought me a set of the Marx dinosaurs, the big 8.
Yeah.
You know, Trachodon, you know, Brontosaurus,
the Tyrannosaurus,
little
with the weird
Allosaurus,
hands.
it looks like a little short kangaroo.
Yeah.
Triceratops, Stegosaurus, Ankylosaurus.
With the like ear things on it. Yeah.
And basically, you know, the big 8, you know, which half of the animals were named wrong. There is no Trachodon. It's, you know, it's either you say an Edatitan or an adult.
Edmontosaurus.
Edmontosaurus. I like Anatosaurus for that group of things.
Anyway, many of you would have had these same dinosaurs and other critters.
Regalis group. You know, I really do think they could be 2 different genera.
Oh, interesting.
But there's been overlumping. But Anatosaurus is for that, you know, later, more Horseshoe Canyon, Elk Creek stuff.
Oh,
you know, where the dinosaur park stuff.
Edmontosaurus annectens, you think should be Anatosaurus?
Yeah. Yeah, because that's what it was initially. You know, Anatosaurus annectens. And
Trachodon, I think, was initially Judith River, wasn't it? Isn't that
I mean, it's
one
total,
of Leidy's teeth?
Yeah, totally. You know, junk tax.
Yeah.
You know, you can't do anything with that. You can tell Lambeosaur from Hadrosaurine teeth, but that's about as good as it gets.
They're not that diagnostic.
Dr. Hub says south of Boston would be Quincy to Plymouth. He shows no sign of the accent from there. Somebody's calling you out, Jim. No, Jim has spent a lot of time out in the American West. New Mexico, Utah. I think he's had plenty of time to kind of lose that accent, but I think it still comes out here and there. Yeah.
Not that diagnostic. Teeth are not good for naming dinosaurs. They're great for mammals, though. It's, you know,
50 years out digging, yeah.
You need a skeleton to identify a dinosaur, a good chunk of it. But anyway, I was at the Museum of Northern Arizona. I was working, you know, I got there actually to work with Edwin H. Colbert. You know, from the American Museum. He retired there. You know, the only guy writing good books for the public when I was young. You know, I mean, the leftovers of Roy Chapman Andrews were written much earlier. But Ned Colbert, you know, I named a dinosaur Ned Colbertia because he was my mentor, and I was next office to his for years. You know, he was retired and given housing at the museum there. But I was first called in to come up and as a student to help field check the geologic map for Capitol Reef. And we drove up and all over. Well, actually, I did a little bit of.
Anyway, this is really, really cool interview with Jim. I'll give you the link. But interesting, Jim, that you remember your first introduction to dinosaurs being this plastic Marx dinosaurs. This place said here. Here we go. Interesting stuff. Many of these based on the work of Charles R. Knight. Anywho, yeah. Good stuff. And somebody was asking if it would be possible to 3D print these. That's actually a really cool idea. Taking, like, really good high-fidelity originals of these, doing a high-res scan of them, and then you could 3D print them any size, you know? That would be pretty neat, actually. That would be pretty darn cool. I wonder if I could do that. Like this here is on eBay. Holy cow. Marx Dinosaurs, a lot of 16 figures, vintage 1960s. $138 on eBay. Wowza. That's a lot. Some of these other ones are a little bit less pricey. $70 for these. But that's not even all of them, that's only a few. Anywho, interesting stuff. This might be about the best set you're gonna find right here. Yeah. It's a nice Smilodon, actually. Wow. Apatosaurus. Either Tyrannosaurus or Allosaurus, depending on who you ask. Megatherium, Triceratops, and Kylosaurus. Yeah. Huh. A lot of these are also, they've been copied so many times by other toy manufacturers. Yeah, anyway. Jim says, I remember exactly where I was standing when I first saw them. That's really cool, Jim. That's that concrete a memory. You can pinpoint your first introduction to dinosaurs like that. You can pinpoint where your interest in fossils began. I can't do that. I don't have a particular moment of origin like that. That's neat, though. Yeah. Anyhow. Care Bonfire wants to know how many states have a state paleontologist? Utah, Wyoming, sort of. Brett Bryhaupt, I think, is regional paleontologist, like we saw in that video earlier today. Montana used to. It used to be Jack Horner. I'm not sure if they do have one nowadays. But yeah, I don't know. Idaho, what about California? I don't think California has it. I'm not totally sure. Jim would know better than I would. Let's look that up real quick. How many states have a state paleontologist? Oh boy. We're gonna have Google's AI lie to us. Oh, for once it tells the truth. There isn't much information about how many states have a state paleontologist. There are approximately 3,000 paleontologists employed in the United States. That sounds way too high. But yeah. You could probably count the number of state paleontologists on your fingers. Maybe on one hand. I don't know. Yeah. And Jim says the second 8-pack included Styracosaurus, Plateosaurus, Struthiomimus, Smilodon, Styracosaurus, Mammoth, Parasaurolophus, and Mosschops. Very cool. Yeah. Not all dinos, folks. Yeah, exactly, Jim. Yeah. Yeah. And we see some of those here. Parasaurolophus. I think this guy right here is Mosschops. Right there. Yeah. So yeah, cool. Oh, and good night to you, Charlie's Dragon. Thanks for being here. And you have a great evening. Get some good rest. I'll see you around. Take care. Anyhow. On the fingers of that iguanodon hand, you could count them. There you go, HD. Yeah. Starmus says, do you play Ark? I don't really play video games at all, Starmus, so no. Sorry. I've never played Ark, no. Anyhow. So, yeah, you know, Stephen Jay Gould talks about this in one of his books. Was it in Bully for Brontosaurus? Let me look for this real quick, because it might be amusing. And there might be some folks in the chat who remember a time when dinosaurs were hard to come by in popular culture. There wasn't a lot of stuff for the dinosaur-interested kid. Here we go. How good is our index here? There we go. We were going over this when we were talking about zoological nomenclature. Sometime earlier this year. But I think it was here. This is an an essay that I think is really interesting as a dinosaur paleontologist. It's called The Dinosaur Ripoff, and it's kind of talking about dinosaurs in popular culture, the public's perception of them, and trying to balance science with spectacle when we're communicating with the public. Yeah. Anywho, this is the passage I was looking for. He says, I can testify to the previous status of dinosaurs among the arcana of our culture, for I was a kiddie dinosaur nut in the late 1940s when nobody gave a darn. I fell in love with the great skeletons at the American Museum of Natural History. Like we've got here and here on our wall today. Pictures of crowds and like museum goers. Those skeletons at AMNH. And then, with all the passion of youth, sought collateral material with thoroughness and avidity. He's looking for dinosaur stuff. Like, yeah. I would pounce on any reinforcement of my greatest interest. A Sinclair oil logo, or a hokey concrete tyrannosaur bestriding, like a colossus, hole 15 at the local miniature golf course. But there wasn't much to find. A few overpriced brass figures and a book or two by Roy Chapman Andrews and Ned Colbert. All hard to get anywhere outside the museum shop. Representations in pop culture were equally scarce, ranging little beyond King Kong versus the Pteranodon and Alley-Oop riding a Brontosaurus. Anyway, he talks about this a little bit more and how kids today have it so good because there's dinosaurs all over the place in pop culture. Yeah. Anyway, so he offers some anecdotes and he says, all this I tell for humor, but a part of the story isn't so funny. Kid culture can be cruel and fiercely anti-intellectual. I survived because I wasn't hopeless at punchball, and I won some respect from my knowledge of baseball stats. But any kid with a passionate interest in science was a wonk, a square, a dweeb, a doofus, or a geek. He says, I don't remember what word held sway at the time, but one item of that particular litany of cruelty is always in vogue. I was taunted by many classmates as a peculiar. I was called fossil face on the playground. It hurt. So he kind of goes on from that to talk about why kids are interested in dinosaurs and why he tries to figure out why there's been such an explosion in interest in dinosaurs. This was written back in the 1980s, I think. This is before Jurassic Park. He says, I must therefore assume that the solution lies in the great and dubious driving force of American society, marketing. At some definable point, some smart entrepreneur recognized an enormous and largely unexploited potential for profit. What craze is any different? Did goldfish reach an optimal size and tastiness for swallowing in the early 1940s? Did a breakthrough in yo-yo technology spawn the great passion that swept through the streets of New York in my youth? Anyway, so he kind of ascribes that to just like Madison Avenue, essentially. I disagree with that. I don't think that this great public interest in dinosaurs is necessarily like a marketing thing. I think a lot of it stems directly from scientific work on dinosaurs. There is definitely some marketing involved, and when dinosaurs make it into pop culture, be it movies, be it video games, be it plastic models and things like that, it does definitely reinforce people's interest in dinosaurs, but I don't think that's what caused dinosaurs to be interesting in the first place, you know? Anyway, yeah. And oh, the goldfish snack, not the pet, says Wombat Holt. No, he was talking about the actual fish. Apparently that was like a big craze in the 40s. Anyway. But yeah. Anyway, so yeah, Rhacodactylus makes a good point. Thank you for calling us back to our subject here. These are the good old days, as someone once said. Can't remember who, though. Oh, you're joking. Yeah, we really do have it good nowadays. As paleontologists, in the sense that the public is very interested in what we do, to a certain extent. And there's new scientific discoveries being made all the time. There are more working paleontologists today than there have ever been. But at the same time, we could be doing so much better. So yeah. Yeah. But yeah. And Starma says, my interest started as a 4-year-old when friends of my mother had this popular journal all about dinosaurs. I couldn't read yet, but I kidnapped anyone who could at the time to read for me. I like that, Starma. That's awesome. Yeah. Anywho. Enrique Dactylus says, I kind of see Gould's point. There are plenty of instances of the popularization of science having little to do with the science itself. The space race was intermixed with international geopolitics, for example. So not necessarily Madison Avenue, but an external force nonetheless. I could see that to a certain extent. But what external force would it be for dinosaurs? You know? Almost everything that you could see as an impetus for the popularity of dinosaurs, you can trace back to the science directly. Even stuff like King Kong. Yeah.
King
There we go. Yeah. Yeah. So this had tremendous, influence upon the public. King Kong. It was a phenomenon, Yep. Anywho, the dinosaurs of King Kong were, directly influenced by the work of Charles R. Knight. Like we talked about back in, October. We were celebrating the birthday of Charles R. Knight. These leaping Dryptosaurus, as we now call them, helped directly influence the King Kong versus Tyrannosaurus fight. The design of the dinosaurs themselves, like the Stegosaurus here, were directly copied for King Kong. Go right there. So when dinosaurs are in popular culture, there's usually a direct line to actual science. Charles R. Knight was, commissioned by museums to paint these murals of dinosaurs. He consulted with paleontologists. He looked at the actual fossils. He was kind of plugged into that world. So there's a direct through line from the actual science to the pop culture depictions, which in turn reinforce people's interest in dinosaurs and the general public. So yeah. Anywho. But yeah. Anyway. And Starma, King Kong is supposed to be a Megapithecus? No, I don't think Megapithecus is... That's not a genus that I'm familiar with. I don't think that's a real critter. No, not gigantic. That was discovered long after that. No, that has nothing to do with King Kong. So the Yeah, we talked about this. We had a whole stream about King Kong a while ago. Yeah. Let's see. Let's get into the transcript here.
Komodo dragons also part of the inspiration for the film King Kong, which we're talking about today. You know, today we're talking about this film, King Kong, first premiered on this very day back in 1933. It helped change the way that people looked at dinosaurs. I know I say this a lot, but it was very influential.
It was. He's right.
Yeah, so that's our subject for today. But let me find that video with, let's see.
Is that with the Komodos? That's weird. It's not in the transcript. Anyway, there we go. So the author of the filmmaker, Marion C. Cooper, who made King Kong, was fascinated by... Here we go. Cooper's friend Douglas Burden's trip to the island of Komodo and his encounter with the Komodo dragons was a big influence on the Kong story. Cooper was fascinated by Burden's adventures as chronicled in his book, Dragon Lizards of Komodo, where he referred to the animals as the King of Komodo. It was this phrase, along with Komodo and Congo, and his overall love for hard-sounding K words, that gave him the idea to call the giant ape Kong. He loved the name as it had a mystery sound to it. I agree. It's a very euphonious kind of name there, King Kong. Anyway, if you want to read more about that, this is a good place to start. But we got to get back to our favorite dinosaurs survey. Let's do that. So most adults under 65 say they have a favorite dinosaur, compared to 44% of older Americans. So that tracks with what Gould was saying too, that like dinosaurs in popular culture were not nearly as common in the 1940s and 50s as they are today. I think this is true kind of maybe through the 1960s, maybe through the 70s actually. People back then were not as aware of dinosaurs. Dinosaurs wouldn't have been part of their daily experience in pop culture, you know? There were hardly any books about dinosaurs back then for a general audience, not very many dinosaur films, King Kong being an exception. Dinosaurs just did not abound in pop culture in the way that they do today. So that tracks. Older Americans are not going to be as interested in dinosaurs. Men are more likely to have favorite dinosaurs than women. Interesting. Parents of children...
Just a few of the questions surrounding these fantastic animals.
Crazy Nut DK, thank you for the 38 months. I appreciate your ongoing support. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. Thank you very much. Thanks for being here online. I appreciate you. And SBR says, I was born in 1970 and was a dinosaur fiend as a child. Just FYI. Thank you, SBR. I appreciate that input. What were your pieces of dinosaur media that you had there in the 70s? Were they books or films or comic books maybe?
I know that there was the famous, what was it? Time Life World We Live In, I think? This has been cited by numerous paleontologists as a big influence on their life. There we go. The World We Live In, from the editors of Life. Volume 2, The Development of Life. Michael Novacek talks about this in his autobiography, about how this was a huge influence on him as a kid, growing up in the 70s. 60s? Yeah. Mongo, I don't really remember, but 99% was some books. Interesting. And that looks familiar, says SBR. Yeah. It probably is. Holy cow. $12.50 or best offer. That's really neat. I might have to snag this. I think this is Rudolf Salinger's Age of Mammals painting right here. Oh, that's really nice. Wow. Huh. Add to cart. I'll think about it. Yeah. Another thing is parents of children under 18 are more likely to have a favorite dinosaur than those who aren't taking care of minors. I think that's not surprising. If you've got kids under 18 in your house, there's a high likelihood they might be interested in dinosaurs. And you're probably going to be more familiar with dinosaurs as a result. Yeah. Lordy's nephew is big into dinosaurs right now. He's 3 years old, and every time he comes to visit us here, we do a lot of talking about dinosaurs. And it's funny that his parents, Lordy's sister and brother-in-law, are, they didn't know anything about dinosaurs beforehand, really. And they've started to learn a few things just because of, you know, they've got a dinosaur-obsessed kid in their house, which is awesome. Yeah. So, yeah. So, not surprising there. And this is surprising, too. There's no big difference based on education. 54% of college graduates and 55% of non-college graduates have a favorite dinosaur. So that's enough to just be... That's not, like, meaningful data. There's not a divide between college-educated folks and non-college-educated folks. I think, to me, that's part of dinosaurs' appeal, is that everybody loves dinosaurs to a certain extent. It's not just for people with degrees, you know? Far from it. But a big gap hinges on the question of how much attention people pay to public affairs news. This is really interesting. Really interesting. 62% of Americans who follow what's going on in government and public affairs most of the time have a favorite dinosaur. Whereas people who follow the news only now and then, only 42% of them have a favorite dinosaur. So I guess it's just... If that is an okay proxy of how much attention you pay to media, how much reading you do, that kind of thing, then yeah, that's interesting. That's very interesting. Again, 62% of Americans who follow what's going on in government and public affairs most of the time, as, you know, their assessment is most of the time, have a favorite dinosaur compared to 42% of those who follow the news only now and then. Interesting. So, like, how plugged in are you to things? The more you are, the more likely you are to have a favorite dinosaur, which is interesting. Could be sample bias, could be just, okay, oh, I don't really care about things in general, so I don't have a favorite dinosaur. I don't know. There's something fascinating there. Yeah. So only the curious ever learn about dinosaurs, says Jerry Rick. Oh, correlation versus causation, though, says Starma. Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. Yeah. Liberals, 64%, and conservatives, 58%, are more likely to have a favorite dinosaur than are moderates at 50%. This might be kind of more of the same. Huh. Yeah. Yeah, interesting stuff. Of the 13% of the US adults who say they love dinosaurs, 89% have a favorite, as do 78% of those who say they just like dinosaurs. Just 34% of those who say they neither like nor dislike dinosaurs have a favorite. Okay. Among Americans who have a favorite dinosaur, men, 40%, are more likely than women, 29%, to say T-Rex is their favorite. I don't find that surprising, I suppose. Tyrannosaurus is supposed to be synonymous with, I don't know, a lot of, like, archetypically masculine traits. Aggression, fighting, fearsomeness, etc. That's the animal's depiction in pop culture most of the time, so yeah, unsurprising. And a lot of people respond to that, you know? So yeah. Fiona the T-Rex says T-Rex is also the best, no bias. It's certainly superlative in a lot of ways. You know? There's a lot of mosts, or biggests, or mostists for T-Rex, so yeah. One of the reasons why I'm so excited to be 3D printing a life-size Tyrannosaurus skull right now. It's gonna take a long time, but we're working on it. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah. Women are more likely than men to prefer Brontosaurus or Triceratops. 15% to 60%, or for Triceratops, 14% to 6%. Interesting. It's interesting, like, ascribing gender archetypes to extinct animals. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. Jody Fish says, nice to know I don't fit the curve. There you go, yeah. Yeah. Anyway, and that's the end of the article. See the results of this poll? There we go right there. Okay. Interesting stuff. They surveyed 1,122 U.S. adult citizens from November 26th, the day before Thanksgiving, right, to December 3rd, 2024. Margin of error, plus or minus 3.8%. And you can access all of that right here. Interesting stuff. Very interesting. I feel like as a paleontologist, it's important to try and have a handle on what people know about our science. What are they aware of and what are they not? What are they excited about and what are they not? What have they heard about and what have they not? And so this kind of ties in with that. It's fun to think about. And the methods are pretty standard for YouGov surveys, says Rhacodactylus. Huh. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. And Chaotic Kitten says, Ankylosaurus has always been one of my favorites. Yeah, let's hear some people's favorite dinosaurs here. Ankylosaurus is one of those ones that, that is often misrepresented in popular media, like the Jurassic World Ankylosaurus is not very good. But, like, here's more what Ankylosaurus would really look like in life. Much better depiction. This is, you know, actual arrangement of the armor. I really like the color pattern on this, too. It makes sense for the animal's biology. Almost a warning coloration like you'd see on a, like a Gila monster or something. But yeah, and that tail club, I think a lot of people really respond to Ankylosaurus because they think of the age of dinosaurs as being really dangerous, and they like an animal that can look after itself, you know? So I think that's one of the reasons why a lot of people really respond to Ankylosaurus. It's like, yeah, you know, she's got nothing to worry about. Look at her. Nobody's messing with her. And that tail is so awesome. It really is, Chaotic Kid. It is very cool. There's some firepower there. Yeah. So yeah. Tradoon is one of mine, says nice shirt. Oh boy. But yeah, Apatosaurus or Brontosaurus. So yeah, this is another animal. That's let's see, was it here? Yeah, this company makes a really, really good Apatosaurus model. I like this a lot. Yeah. But yeah, just a very large dinosaur. I think a lot of people respond to it being an herbivore. They think of it as a gentle giant. I think sauropods, kind of like elephants, would be animals that you do not want to get them angry. They would just stomp you flat like that. Or just vaporize you with the swing of their tail or of their neck. But yeah, there's something to be said about how big these critters were. Kind of large and in charge. And I think that's something that a lot of people respond to. Yeah. A little pig pony like Sinosauropteryx. It's honestly one of my favorite dinosaurs too. They're a ton of... They're super cool, Sinosauropteryx. And Solar Satori says Triceratops. These are a lot of, like, really popular dinosaurs that... You know, it does make me want to pull up, the Sinclair Dino Land video again. Yeah.
30. Visited Sinclair Dino Land. Not only are they welcome to the exhibit, but as a means of getting more closely acquainted with Sinclair dealers, each family receives a special coupon good for a free gallon of gasoline at their local Sinclair dealer station.
Oh boy. So this is from the 1964 World's Fair.
Few of the millions of car-owning, traveling Americans who will be telling their friends about the fair and about Sinclair Dino Land for years to come. Sinclair.
So the reason I'm pulling this up right now to show you is that so many of these different dinosaurs here are ones that people still claim as favorites. They've just been firmly entrenched in popular culture since before the 1960s, which is a long time ago now at this point. That was what, like 30 years ago? Shoot. So yeah, some of these dinosaurs here, even though our current understanding of them is going to be very different than the depictions you see here, still those ideas, those archetypes, the reasons for liking those dinosaurs, I think still hold true for a lot of people, you know?
Sinclair Dino Land, in a prime location, surrounded by titans of American industry. One of the most popular exhibits of the New York World's Fair. A world of wonders that flourished 200 million years ago.
Fiona says, one of my favorites is Argentinosaurus, just because of how big it is. Oh yeah, it's a good reason. That dinosaur was not yet known at this time. Argentinosaurus, I think Rodolfo Coria named that back in what, like the mid-90s? Something like that? Yeah.
A world of wonders that flourished 200 million years ago. A vanished world, recreated by Sinclair. Youngsters and adults alike stand in awe of a world that was.
A world that was. I don't know what's so funny about that to me, but yeah, like, of course it was. But this is still a novel idea to some of these people at the time. Some of these people walking through here, you know, if these folks are, if any of them are 60 years old walking through this, that means they were born in 1904. And this might be the first real glimpse that they get of dinosaurs in any, you know, appreciable sense. This might be the closest they ever get to understanding these as real animals.
Here, too, there are interesting favorites. The ponderous Trachodon, 32 feet long and 14 feet high, 1,500 teeth, and not a single cavity.
Yeah, so Trachodon, a.k.a. Edmontosaurus, Anatosaurus, Anatotitan. There's been multiple names for this critter, but it's a big, duck-billed dinosaur from the end of the Cretaceous period. When we were looking at the Marx dinosaurs earlier, the duckbill in here is indeed Trachodon. Or one of the duckbills, I should say, because there's also a Parasaurolophus in there. Where is it? Yeah, these are great, though. Here, I can just search Marx Trachodon. There we go. There's that critter right there. And this is directly taken from Charles R. Knight's Trachodon. Right here. There's that painting by Charles R. Knight. Here it is at Sinclair Dinoland. Now, this would have been one of these big pop culture things, like I was talking about earlier, things that get people interested in dinosaurs, especially in like the mid-20th century. But again, direct through line to the actual science. There were, I think, a couple of different paleontologists who helped consult on this. Barnum Brown did at first until I think he started to grow ill. I think Ned Colbert of the American Museum of Natural History, he was at AMNH at the time, right? I think he may have consulted on these after Brown stopped. But yeah. Oh, and by the way, Edmontosaurus right there. It is an impressive animal. Look at how big that head is. And then, there. Here is my 3D printed Edmontosaurus skull. Life size. It is rather sizable. It's a big skull. It really is. Look at that. Not a small critter. So even though this isn't one of your most charismatic of dinosaurs in the sense that it's not got huge teeth or horns or frills or spikes or armor plating, just the sheer size alone is impressive. Torek says I bid 12 million. Sold. Anywho. Trachodon.
32 feet long and 14 feet high. 1,500 teeth. And not a single cavity.
Oh boy.
Tyrannosaurus, king of the tyrant lizards.
They don't end with this guy.
Looks maybe,
just a second.
But popular with many visitors. 50 feet from tip to tip. 20 feet high. Fiercest creature that ever lived. A real mean kid. With 6-inch daggers for teeth, he was the terror of his neighborhood.
And there are bigger mosasaurs. I suppose so, Gojira. Yeah. But anyway, yeah, Tyrannosaurus, just perpetually one of the most popular dinosaurs around. Again, 29% of people in that survey said that this was their favorite dinosaur, and as both the largest and the last of the tyrannosaurs, and I think still the most massive meat-eating dinosaur that we've yet discovered. Not necessarily the longest. There's a few that have surpassed T-Rex. Spinosaurus, Giganotosaurus are longer than Tyrannosaurus, but not as beefy. I think Tyrannosaurus still takes the cake there. So you could still say that it's the biggest meat-eating dinosaur that ever lived if you're going by mass. And maybe by length, too. We've got rumors of Tyrannosaurus specimens that would exceed all those other guys. So I wouldn't be shocked if we start finding some specimens that are like, 50 feet in length, something like that. A solid 15, 16 meters. Yeah. And Jim says, got a picture of me with the T-Rex when I was 7 or 8. I think I remember seeing that. Let me see if I can find it, Jim. Let's see. Just doing a quick Google image search. I searched Sinclair Dinoland. World's Fair. Might have to look through your Twitter to find it, Jim, but it is a great photo, as I recall. Twitter's so broken nowadays, I'm not sure I'm going to be able to find it. There's me a couple of times in here. Nice. But I remember this was it was a cool photo, seeing that blast from the past like that. Let's hope that the archive goes back far enough that it comes up. No guarantee. But yeah, it was... There are a number of paleontologists who talk about going to the 1964 World's Fair and that being a huge influence on them. So it is one of those things that it had a real impact on the world of fossil science. That's as far back as it goes. Shoot, I don't think it's in there. Anyway. Suavori wants to know what's the size difference between Giraffe Titan and Argentinosaurus? Great question.
Of this flying monster would have been about 15.5 meters.
Paleo dance.
Thank you, Might Shiny, for the 15 months of support. Now at Tier 2. Thank you, Might Shiny. Thank you very, very much. I appreciate that tremendously. Yeah, there is Giraffe Titan right there. Compared to a person, Giraffe Titan, I think, is thought to be about 80 feet long. Argentinosaurus, I've heard estimates around 130 feet in length. Maybe 10 or 20 tons heavier, potentially, than Giraffe Titan, aka Brachiosaurus bronchi. Let's try it versus Brachiosaurus here. We're more likely to get an actual estimate. Or an actual image there. Yeah, so Brachiosaurus and Argentinosaurus there. They're both very large, but Argentinosaurus in absolute terms might be taller and is almost certainly longer and heavier. So yeah, there's a bunch of different sauropod dinosaurs like this of various enormous sizes. And even estimating the full size of these critters can be difficult because they're almost never known from anything complete to close to a complete skeleton. They're usually known from pretty fragmentary material. So, yeah, and then that's often just one individual that's been found from any given genus or species of dinosaur. So, who's to say that that's the largest one of its kind, you know? That's why it's important to do histology and have a sense of their ontogeny. You know, what growth stage were they at when they died? So yeah. Anyway, sauropods, yeah, they're big. they're pretty large animals. Pretty darn big. Anyway.
A real mean kid.
Yeah.
With 6-inch daggers for teeth, he was the terror of his neighborhood. Triceratops, sort of a 30-foot...
Oh, and hang on a second. Jim, you emailed me the picture of you with the T-Rex here? Excellent. Thank you, Jim. Here, let me find that. That's phenomenal. Here we go. Not a very big picture, but I'll do my best to embiggen it for everybody. Alright, here we go. So Jim Kirkland, and, oh, hang on.
I do call myself an expert in dinosaur studies.
Starma, thank you. Subscribe for 6 months at Tier 1. That's a first-time subscription, but, subscribe for 6 months in advance. I really appreciate that. Thank you very, very much. Holy cow. Do I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Thanks for supporting Science Outreach here on Twitch. Thanks for putting food on my table. Thanks for helping me make a living doing Science Outreach full-time. Really appreciate it. Here is Jim Kirkland. You know, that totally looks like you, Jim. Yeah. There's you in front of the T-Rex. Circa 1964. That is awesome, Jim. Thank you for sharing. Wow. Little did anybody there that day realize he would grow up to be state paleontologist for the state of Utah to name like 20 different dinosaurs. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. You know, sometimes dreams do come true. Yeah. Yeah. That's awesome. Very cool.
5. Fiercest creature that ever lived.
Yeah. Jim was right there.
Yeah. A real mean kid.
Yeah. Now we get Triceratops, too.
Triceratops.
I like the
sort
movable
of a
head.
30-foot walking battering ram. That skull measures 7 feet. The Ankylosaurus is also popular, if you judge by the amount of attention he gets. The world's first armored tank, you might say.
A lot of our alerts
that
came
trunk
from
is
this.
completely covered with thin, bony plates.
This thing.
I think you should enjoy science as much as you can. And you can't enjoy science alone. You have to share it.
It's true.
My favorite dinosaur is the
Eat
Spinosaurus.
monkey.
In a quick search, I just discovered that a similar species was discovered in my country. It is called Irritator challengeri.
Yes, indeed. You're from Brazil. It's very cool. And a monkey. Very, very cool. Oh boy, the story of Irritator is irritating, to say the least. Yeah, those fossils were smuggled out of Brazil. It was a commercial specimen. There were a lot of laws being broken and dishonest things happening. Yeah, Irritator. Oh boy. But yeah. might be interested to learn about another dinosaur. The dinosaur formerly known as Ubirajara, also from Brazil. This is a little theropod dinosaur with, I'm not sure if they're feathers or quills or something sticking out of its shoulders. These kind of like filamentous things. Yeah. But this dinosaur, again, was smuggled out of Brazil. And then there was a big public outcry to bring it back to Brazil. Oh.
32 feet long and 14 feet high.
Hollow Crow Studios.
1,500 teeth and not a single cavity.
See what I meant about the alerts? Hollow Crow Studios, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. So yeah. Anyway, I say dinosaur formerly known as Ubirajara. Because that name has since been made invalid. So the paper was withdrawn. So the taxon was informally named in 2020 and now withdrawn in press academic paper. The description caused controversy due to the fossil having been apparently illegally smuggled from Brazil. In July 2022, Germany agreed to return the fossil to Brazil after a legitimate export permit could not be found. The name Ubirajara jubatus was removed from Zoo Bank in November of 2022, which means it no longer has any nomenclatural significance. Anyway, if you'd like to learn more about that, here is an article there. I suspect that the animal will be redescribed by Brazilian paleontologists. Because, yeah, you can't be publishing on stolen fossils. We need to have some kind of ethics in our science here. And you gotta draw the line somewhere. I think it should be drawn... It's an easy call, you know? Don't publish on stolen specimens. So, yeah. HD says, so it's a dinosaur with no name? Like most dinosaurs. We still haven't named the majority of dinosaurs. So, yeah. Yeah. It should be an easy call, and yet, says Rhacodactylus. And yet. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Anywho. Do we have any advert for Fishmas this year? Like to spread the word to my community, says Suave Space Noid? Ooh, not yet, but I could come up with something, yeah. Yeah. You know what? We could do a real quick post here. Suave Space Noid. Would it help if I were to do a quick post on Blue Sky or something, and then you could repost it or something like that? Let me know. Yeah. Yeah. We want Fishmas? Oh, you're gonna have it, Hibiscus. Again, that's the 23rd is Fishmas Day. The day that Marjorie Courtney Latimer brought the coelacanth to the attention of science. You could say she discovered it. I don't think you'd be wrong. Yeah. But yeah. And definitely... Okay, let me do a quick... Oh, you know what I'll do? Here. I'll grab my Fishmas sweater. It's a t-shirt. And we'll take a screenshot with that. There we go. Yeah. There we go. Merry Fishmas. That is the design that I put together and then screen printed onto a shirt here. I wore this to the
Museum of Paleontology holiday party over in Berkeley a couple weeks ago. That was a ton of fun. So, yeah. There. Control. Print screen. Just like that. Alright, we'll open up Photoshop here. And we'll make an image there. DPI. Paste. There we go. There we are. And let's get that posted up. There we go.
Let's protect our fossils, because if they're removed...
Thank you, Devolved.
Forever.
Devolved 1, I appreciate the Prime sub. Thank you for that support. Thank you for supporting Science Outreach here on Twitch. I appreciate it a lot. Yeah. We'll be celebrating Fishmas with a special December 23rd live stream. And 2024 minus 1938. That would be 60, 62. 62 plus 24 is that 86? "86 years to the day after Marjorie Courtenay Latimer discovered the coelacanth. For festive Sarcopterygian festivities. Fossil science, Q&A. Maybe even coelacanth cookies. Here we go. Sweater, and actually with a fake knitted pattern reading Merry Fishmas. Image of the coelacanth. There we go. Alright, save. That's good enough.
Hold on to your butts.
Let's post it. There you go. And Spop Space Noid, I could talk about this darn fish all darn day. We try and keep our language as absolutely G-rated as possible here, Spop Space Noid. But I appreciate your enthusiasm, and I'll see you there too. Here is a link to that post here. There we go. Yeah. No, you're good, Spop. Appreciate you. But yeah, coelacanthus. Oh man, it's such a cool discovery. It's such a cool animal. Yeah. Let's see. Here's just a real brief intro. Coelacanth is an ancient-looking fish that scientists thought went extinct 65 million years ago, at the end of the Cretaceous period, until one was discovered off the coast of South Africa in the 1930s. December 23rd, 1938.
Museum in South Africa, a place called Port Elizabeth. And on Christmas Eve, 1939, the sea captain, who she had a
It was
good
New
relationship
London,
with, said
South
that they
Africa,
caught a fish
actually.
that no one had ever seen before.
I think she got the location wrong.
Which was really weird because people have been fishing off the coast of South Africa since the 1700s. So it got sent to an eminent ichthyologist in South Africa, and he couldn't believe it. It was the discovery of the century. Here was an animal that we thought was extinct for 65, 70 million years, and it was swimming around off the coast of South Africa. So it was a sensation, but of course the question was, where the hell does it live? Because no one's ever seen it off the coast of South Africa before, so it must be what's called a waif. So it's just carried in currents down. A young man was on a sailing adventure in the Indian Ocean. He took these flyers with him. This was in the early 50s. He came to the Comorian archipelago, which is that little volcanic archipelago just off the northeast of Madagascar. Showed people the flyer. Have you seen this fish? And they said, yeah, we see it. Yeah, it's kind of rare. We catch them occasionally. They taste horrible.
They called it gombessa.
It's the home of the coelacanth. It's just off these volcanic Comorian islands.
Yeah.
But turns out there's another species of coelacanth alive, and that lives off Sulawesi, and it's an Indonesian coelacanth. So now we know there are 2 living species of coelacanth, which is really pretty incredible.
Yeah, very, very cool stuff. Anyway, we'll be talking all about coelacanths on the 23rd. I can't wait. It is going to be a ton of fun. So tell your friends. And I do still have the 3D printed coelacanth. There's a chance it'll be going to the museum, but if that's the case, I'll just print another one eventually. But yeah, it's almost life-size. It's hanging up over there by the 3D printer, and we'll be showing that off on that stream too. It's a ton of fun. And show the class. I don't want to risk that falling on the ground when I'm trying to.
The wingspan of this flying
To snag it. Cast Meow Black, thank you.
15.5 meters.
Thank you for the 15 months there, Cast Meow Black. Holy cow. Do I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. Good stuff. Anyway. Excellent. Yeah. Did I have my math right there? I want to make sure I did. 2024 minus 1938 should be 86, right? Phew. Yeah. Good. But yeah. Is there another animal with a similar story as a coelacanth? There's a few, Starma. Yeah, there's some plants with a similar story. Critters that were only known from fossils until they were discovered. I think there's some arthropods like that too. Yeah.
And Wondin says hello from Austria. In German is called Kostenflosser. What's the name in English? Coelacanth. Coelacanth is the name in English. Well, not English. It's actually Latin or Greek. The name coelacanth means hollow spine. You'll notice some of the same root words there, like coelacanth and coelophysis. Is this dinosaur here? The name means hollow form for coelophysis. And canth means spine, like Polacanthus. Means something spine. What does Polacanthus mean? I forget. Let's look it up. Polacanthus, here we go. Means many spines. Okay. That makes sense. Anyway, there's been a lot of German interest in coelacanths for sure. Yeah. Kostenflosser. I'm probably not saying that right. I don't speak German. Here we go. Yeah.
Seit über 70 Jahren nährt der Quastenflosser, umgangssprachlich besser genannt, alle möglichen Fantasien. Es hieß, er sei unser Urahn und er könne Aufschluss darüber geben, wie vor 360 Millionen Jahren manche Fische das Wasser
To
verließen.
provide some information on how some fish left the water 360 million years ago, which led to the emergence of land vertebrates and thus
Es
humans.
ist, als sei irgendwo auf der Erde ein
It is as if a
Dinosaurier
dinosaur had been found somewhere on Earth.
lebend. Die Paläontologie lehrt uns, dass sich vor 500 Millionen Jahren bei einigen Meereslebewesen eine Wirbelsäule entwickelt hat.
Yeah.
Evolutionsgeschichtlich gesehen
Good video.
waren
This
diese
is
Tiere
great.
enorm erfolgreich. Später nahmen die Wirbeltiere zwei getrennte Wege. Die einen entwickelten sich unter Wasser weiter, das führte zu den Fischarten, die wir heute kennen. Die anderen hingegen eroberten das Land. Amphibien.
Yeah. Good stuff. Anywho. And yeah, that's the museum in Paris. It is, that was like one of the world's first natural history museums. There we go. It's really something. It's that main hall right there. I don't know why it's got this weird backwards music. But man, have they got some really cool stuff. Really impressive osteological collection here. One of the most impressive in the world. Look at that narwhal. Yeah. Just incredible stuff. Look at that hornbill. Those bovids there and a cervid. Look at all those carnivorous skulls. Yeah. Anywho. I've not been there, XVR. I've never been to France. No. Yeah. It's full, says HD. Yeah, don't put anything else in there. That's what Danny's room looks like. There's more things on the floor in my room, but, yeah. And Starmus says, so taxonomic-wise, coelacanth are our closest related type of fish that's an actual fish? Almost, yeah. Yeah. So again, we'll be talking about this a lot on our Fishmas stream. But, here. I can show you rather than just telling you. Let's go to our Tree of Life here. And let's go to tetrapods. Tetrapods are well, not always land living. They're animals with bones that also have limbs. They've got limbs with bones inside. Tetrapods. That's amphibians. It's reptiles like lizards and snakes and birds. Birds are also a kind of reptile. It's mammals too, like us. Or like possums, or like lemurs. Tetrapods are, again, critters that have got limbs with bones in them. We've got limbs with bones in them. We're tetrapods. But where did tetrapods get those bony limbs? They got them from our lobe-finned fishy ancestors. Tetrapods are a kind of lobe-finned fish. I did not misspeak. Just like it says right here, lobe-finned fishes, including tetrapods, are this group. Sarcopterygii. This is why I included a reference to that in that Blue Sky post there. There we go. Join us then for Sarcopterygian festivities. We are Sarcopterygians, and so are coelacanths. So yeah, the lobe-finned fishes, including tetrapods. Tetrapods are, well, yeah, lungfishes and tetrapods. Dipnotetrapodomorpha. The lungfishes are the fishes that are most closely related to the tetrapods. Does that make sense? So yes, technically we are fish too, so are lungfishes. Lungfishes are the closest non-tetrapods to tetrapods. So that's the Australian lungfish, South American lungfish, and them. And then the second closest are the coelacanths, right there. So coelacanths are a little bit further away than lungfish are, but they're still really, really close to the tetrapods. They're fishes with these fleshy, limb-like fins, and they've got bones in there, and so we share a common ancestor with the coelacanths. About 420 million years ago, there would have been a species that split into the coelacanths, and then eventually the tetrapods. But that common ancestor was 420 million years ago, give or take. So yeah. How cool is that? Again, we'll be talking all about this on Fishmas Day, the 23rd. So tune in then for that. It's going to be a lot of fun. We didn't finish the Sinclair Dino Land video. Let's do that. Yeah.
14 feet high.
Triceratops.
Called for still more protection.
And Kylosaurus.
He simply grew spears which projected from his body armor.
Yeah.
Stegosaurus.
And Wanadin says, in the 4th month of pregnancy, we are all fishes with gills. Kind of, yeah. Yeah, I mean... And we hiccup because we're fish. That's true, Mystic Collective. That is something that we can trace back to our fishy ancestry. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Good to have you here, Mystic Collective. Yeah. But yeah, our ears and our jaws are modified gill arches. So this is a neat page from Understanding Evolution here. Yeah. Whether it's a chicken embryo or a human embryo, both of which are tetrapods, they go through a stage where we've got a tail, and we've got slits there that are homologous to gill slits. So that means it's the same structure. A fish embryo is going to look very similar to this. And at a certain stage of development, those slits turn into gills for the fish. For us, they turn into our lower jaw, our ears, stuff like that. It's pretty cool. Yeah. Here, let me find that clip because it's the perfect time for it. We might end up pulling it up again on Fishmas, but let's pull it up here. Let's get to the part with here we go. So looking at fishes under the microscope, these almost look like sticklebacks.
Fossils in the summers, I'd spend my time looking under a microscope at embryos. And I was watching, at the time, bodies forming from egg to adult.
Hello, Mini Pie.
And there's an incredible beauty to that process.
In the early stages of development, all animals start as a single cell. They divide again and again until gradually a body emerges, with a front, a back, a top, and a bottom.
Yep.
It became very clear early on in the process some of the most important embryos were fish. Because fish have the basic body plan in their embryos that was to become our own bodies.
If you see an early fish embryo and a human embryo side by side,
See some remnant of a swim bladder? I don't know, Starman. That's a good question. I don't know.
We really do look like fish.
Yeah.
Both embryos have a head, a body, a tail, and many other similar features.
Yeah.
One of those similarities exists in the neck, or what's called the pharyngeal area.
In both fish and people, what you
Yep.
find are a series of swellings called gill arches.
Turns out that in fish, those swellings become components of the gill apparatus. In people, they become portions of our lower jaw, portions in our middle ear, part of our voice box.
Yep.
So this is a wonderfully elegant developmental process, but sometimes things go wrong.
Yep.
And when they do, your inner fish can come out.
So my kids are really good friends with the Richardsons. One day, I get an email from Seth, their father, who says, "Doctor, my wife's a fish." And I said to myself, I gotta check this one out. We're here for the fish.
The fish is available. It's fresh. Come right through. I think if you go towards the...
Oh, we'll cut through, yeah. Hey, Seth, is this your family album?
Yes, exactly.
So you're a fish. Now, first off, if you are, and you're more of a fish than I am.
You remember this little pink pony? Yeah.
So prove it.
All right. But here it is. There's my gill.
Right there. So what happens during development is we all have gill arches. We all develop them. This little pit is a leftover from an ancient gill. And I am incredibly jealous of you, Molly, because you are more of a fish than I am. We're all fish, but some are more fish than others.
That's right. Some just haven't evolved very far.
No, you're the lucky ones. So what's really cool is when you know paleontology and developmental biology, many of the muscles and nerves and bones I'm using to talk to you with right now, and many of the muscles and nerves and bones you're using to hear me with right now, correspond to gill structures in fish. You know, and we see that in fossils, we see that in embryos, we see that in
It's true, Mini Pie. Sorry. You're hitting the soundboard buttons. Yeah, that was you. That was you.
DNA. I mean, and we see that in you.
My brother-in-law has webbed feet.
I love your family, by the way.
While features like fish gills have been retooled in our anatomy.
Yep. Oh, this is a really interesting one too. We'll just watch this as well.
In different places.
Because this is kind of mind-blowing. Check this out.
Like testicles.
Yep. I trust you to all be mature as we talk about this, chat.
Some gonads. Okay. Fish gonads. Oh.
Dissect this little guy here.
Ugh.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, if you could pop that bad boy.
Sorry about that.
Come right out of there.
This is for science.
Yeah, so there you see, there's the heart, right there's liver, the gonad
Yep.
is right there. Okay. So what's
It's up
funny
in the.
about these things? Is the gonad is towards the chest, right near the heart. But what's
Yeah.
funny is you and I, like every other mammal, our gonads started up there and descend down to here. And
Yeah.
Better where they were. No.
Well, in some
Safer that
senses
way.
they were.
Having gonads close to the heart is fine for our cold-blooded fishy relatives. Not so good for warm-blooded mammals.
Yep.
Sperm can't stand the heat. So that's why our testicles have to drop to a cooler place, outside the body. When a human embryo develops, the gonads start deep in the body, just like they do in fish, and then descend through the body wall.
And there's consequences to this.
But that creates a weak spot in males where our guts can pop through.
Yep.
This leaves us vulnerable to certain kinds of hernias.
You think
Yes,
about why
indeed.
humans have hernias. It's because our testes descend.
Right.
They start up here, they go down into the scrotum, and the body wall it gets weaker because of that reconfiguration.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. And so, we'll find that you have a weakness in the body wall in some cases, and folks get hernias.
And that's why fish don't get hernias?
That's why fish don't get hernias.
Flaws in the human body, like our susceptibility to hernias, remind us that we're all adapted from ancient ancestors.
Yep.
We are, every one of us, just a jerry-rigged fish.
Not just. That's something incredibly cool, That makes us who we are, which is awesome. One Din, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Thanks for clicking the follow button. Yeah. And Starman says, so why do we have slightly webbed feet and hands? The aquatic hypothesis has been debunked. But why do we have the skin there? You mean, it's just a little bit, And I think it varies a lot from person to person. Oh. Nice. One of my prints is done. Yeah. I wouldn't call that webbed, it's just it's just like a stable arrangement for the flesh on your hands and between the bones. Yeah. One of those pieces is done. Let me go snatch that off the printer. Oh, wrong button. Yeah. There we go. Excellent. More of our Tyrannosaurus lower jaw here. Beautiful. What do you think, Mini Pie? Pretty robust, huh? And the other pieces that I have are here. So let's see, we've got 3 pieces down. I think about 50 to go, at least. Goes where? So I know this next to here. Like that. And then this one is gonna go... I don't know if this one connects directly to this piece. It might be like that. There's the other piece that's currently printing. That is, I think, part 3. And that is going to be the one that all these connect to. So I think we'll put that together on tomorrow's stream. It'll be a lot of fun. Because by that time, that one will be finished. I think it's got about 10 hours left. And then, yeah, then I can get them sanded. We can start gluing tomorrow. Start assembling this lower jaw, just piece by piece. I won't wait till all the pieces are finished to start assembling. I'll just start assembling. And that'll also be a way to keep from making a big mess with all the parts all over the place. They'll be, easier to keep track of. Yeah. Pope says, do you think dinosaurs ever got mad? I mean, a lot of them today do. Have you ever seen a bird get angry? It definitely happens. So yeah, that's part of life, you know? Emotions like that are, it's part of not just being human, but being a critter. I think vertebrates in general have emotions. I bet you invertebrates do too. In fact, I know that some of them do. Things like octopus. We know that they have feelings. They have emotions. And they express them in various ways. So yeah, a lot of different organisms have emotions like anger, for sure. Yeah, and if geese are any indication, big mad, says Gojira. I know, like, imagine... Here. Yeah.
Oh, he's gonna get bombarded. Look.
Like it's in war.
Morning. He doesn't know. He doesn't know. Oh, he's gonna pick up the. Oh, no!
Oh boy. So, you know, imagine this animal, but, you know, make it 40 feet long and it weighs 6 tons. You know? Something like this. And you can imagine what it would be like if a really big non-avian dinosaur were angry with you. You know? Yeah. And there you go, Rhacodactylus. Yeah, that totally is a thing. Here. Oh boy. A surprising number of Americans think they could beat wild animals in a fight. 6% of Americans think they could beat a grizzly bear in a fight.
It may be something that's never been...
Quake Cry, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. Oh boy. Yeah. Anywho, let's get back to the The what? I'm sorry. Say it again? I didn't catch that. One more time? Again? Repeat it, please? I'm sorry, I just keep talking over it. Lady Fiend, thank you for the 13 months of support, and I'm sorry, the what? The who?
Time is Saya flying by. Happy holidays.
Happy holidays to you too, Lady Fiend. Thank you so much for the 13 months of support. I really appreciate that. I really, really do. Good stuff.
25 feet long.
Victoria says 19% of people like T-Rex. It's their favorite dinosaur because it's the only animal that can beat them in a fight. Oh yeah, sure. Oh boy. Yeah. Yeah.
Weighing 4 tons. A versatile sort of chap. He won a lot of arguments in his time, but very few beauty contests.
Mark Rober's video about Chris. I don't think I have Water Drop,
so
no.
popular with so many fair visitors is on so many must-see lists. And of course, there's that face so familiar to all of us. Our own Dino. On formal occasions, he's called Brontosaurus. Big fella, isn't he? 70 feet long. Tips the scales at a substantial 35 tons, which makes him about the right size
unscathed.
for a
Nice
company like
catechin.
ours.
Nice.
As a result of being featured as the Sinclair trademark, Brontosaurus is world famous. The miniature of Brontosaurus is one of the
you can make one of
highlights
these.
Dinoland. Visitors make their own souvenirs.
I did this at the Chicago Field Museum.
In fact, Dino is the most popular souvenir sold at the fair.
Yeah.
The New York World's Fair.
I've got one of those right here. There we go. What do you think, Mini Pie? Oh, is that pretty good? Yeah, it's made of a really kind of waxy plastic. But yeah, they have these at the Field Museum in Chicago, so if you're ever there, you'll find those machines. They're really cool. I think it was like $5 to make that.
But yeah, anyway, the disrespect on Stegosaurus there, I agree.
He simply grew spears which projected from his body armor.
And Kylosaurus, and now...
Stegosaurus, 25 feet long, weighing 4 tons. A versatile sort of chap. He won a lot of arguments in his time, but very few beauty contests.
And again, slander. Stegosaurus was a beautiful animal, I think. I think the drab color scheme there is contributing to that perception of this animal as ugly. But they would have been, I think, kind of a really flamboyantly show-offy sort of dinosaur in life. Even this, I think, is way too drab. I think this would have been a really brightly colored critter. I mean, they develop these ridiculous... Okay, block this site. I downloaded an extension recently where I can start blocking sites with all kinds of AI garbage. But anyway, yeah, I think Stegosaurs in general would have been really beautiful dinosaurs. Probably really striking looking. Like, this is a Stegosaurus model you can get from Safari Limited. I really like the coloration on those plates. These things evolved for display. They're gonna be really garish looking. They're gonna be really brightly colored. So yeah, I don't know. I think they would have been probably one of the prettier dinosaurs. So yeah. And there you go, Reiko. Yeah, I think it's just a big a thing that people say about anything that isn't a big fluffy mammal. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, my grandmother on my mom's side of the family, yeah, she always used to say, like, I don't know how anyone could like such ugly creatures, with reference to dinosaurs. It really, really used to bug me. And I even asked her, I'm like, okay, what's your favorite animal? And she goes, well, I don't like a lot of animals, but I do like tigers because they're very beautiful. It's like, okay, Grandma. Yeah. Anywho. Oh, hello. Yeah, you're super starved for attention, aren't you, Mini Pie?
America loses them forever.
And iPoneyou89, thank you for the Prime sub there. I really appreciate that. Thanks for the support. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. Clearly never smelled a tiger. Yeah, they don't smell good. Yeah. Headbutt, red card. Oh, you gonna get... Mini Pie would get a ton of red cards, She would lead the league in red cards, I think. Huh. Yeah, you're always trying to break the rules. He's a mischievous one. Yeah. But yeah, store a ton of reptiles, birds, amphibians. I agree, Ricodactylus, yes. I don't know, that's one of the reasons why I try not to be too mammal-centric on this channel. A, because I'm a dinosaur guy, and B, because mammals get so much... modern mammals get so much attention and so much love, and some of that love is deserved, and some of it we are tricked into, huh, Mini Pie? Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Anywho, Mini Pie really needs some attention right now. I think I'm gonna go grab one of her toys and we gotta burn some energy for you before you start tearing stuff up. So with that, we're gonna wrap up today's stream. And you know what? Here's a mammal to go under our credits. A sculpt of a Smilodon skull. Let's see who else is here on Twitch right now. And we'll do some see if we can pass a raid along. Somebody else doing some science outreach. Oh, Science Streams is doing a charity event for Fred Hutch Cancer Center. We're gonna go raid in. Raid Science Streams. Excellent. If you've never seen science streams before, oh, you're going to be blown away. So Balint and Lita are both research scientists and Twitch ambassadors. They do science outreach like 8 days a week. It's nuts how often they stream. And right now, Balint is interviewing, looks like a researcher from the Fred Hutch Cancer Center, and they're doing a fundraiser. So we're going to go show them some love and get those viewership numbers up. Anyway, I'll be streaming again tomorrow, everybody. We'll be doing some more science news, some more fossil science publications. Oh, got cat hair going up my nose into my eyes. Anyway, I hope to see everybody there. Thank you to everyone who has appeared in our credits today. Followers, subscribers, cheerers, gifters, moderators. Everybody, thank you for making this a fun stream. And thank you for all of the support, including that financial support. Holy cow, do I appreciate that. That helps keep me going. And it's a big deal. Anywho, we're going to go right into science streams. I'll see you there. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.